fair, friendly on Glatzer.
Clean carb to start off with.
Perfect landing. Does she come away? She comes away with that.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful laybacks. It all comes down to this. Welcome to Finals Day here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023. We've surfed through 7 incredible days of high performance surfing at an amazing location. Today is the day. We've already seen Olympic dreams coming true. We will be fielding more future Olympians. I am Chris Cote. I'm with Barton Lynch, and we are honored and proud to bring you Finals Day. What a week it's been of surfing. I mean, this, hands down, has been the best iteration of the ISA World Surfing Games we've ever seen. The performance levels, the waves. We've got something for everyone throughout the entire week, and today's the day we're going to crown our champions.
We're going to crown champions. We're going to watch perfect waves. The waves are the best that they've been the whole time. It is in that 4 to 6 foot range, maybe a little bit bigger at times on sets. Offshore winds, smooth surface. So the performances are going to be incredible. Olympic qualification up for grabs. There is Erin Brooks, the young phenom, superstar of the future and a superstar of this very moment, surfing for Team Canada. And in the opening repechage, men repechage 11, her teammate Cody Young's going to be out there as well. So Canada with surfers still going. Talk about superstars of the future.
Yeah. I mean, it is not superlative to say this may be the biggest series of heats for these young surfers' lives. As you see on screen, a potential Olympian. Kaoli Vast, representing Team France, also born and bred in Tahiti, the site of the Paris 2024 surfing event in the Olympics. So Kaoli Vast's teammate, Vahine Fierro, already a qualifier for the upcoming Olympic Games. So can you imagine 2 Tahitian locals getting the call up? We do have, of course, a big heat to get through. We're going to start our day with an absolute hammer of a heat. Kaoli Vast, Rio Inaba, Cody Young, and Gonzalo Gutierrez. Of course, we'll talk more about our surfers in the lineup as they get involved. Here we go. Olympic qualification is looking like this. We've got 6 of 8 spots allotted. Africa with Jordy Smith and Sarah Baum. Vahine Fierro from Team France representing Europe. In Asia, Shino Matsuda gets another chance at Olympic glory. Oceania will be represented by Billy Stanman and Safi Vete.
And as I understand it, this heat going into the water, this man right here, along with Kaoli Vast, that's Gonzalo Gutierrez, these guys, he has a chance at Olympic qualification. Kaoli Vast, too, has that shot for the European continent. A big moment, the biggest moment in that Gonzalo's life. And Kaoli's up against Rio Inaba and Cody Young also looking for that opportunity. We know Cody's qualified for the Pan American Games, so he keeps his hopes of Olympic qualification alive. Rio Inaba for Japan is in the running for that Olympic spot for the Asia continent as well.
Yeah, right now it's between Rio Inaba and Kanoa Igarashi, who would take that top spot for Asia.
Wow.
All of the implications will be added up. At the end of the day, we'll know. Current conditions, all those numbers, all those things are telling us it's firing.
Yeah.
It was super fun. Thankfully, dropped a little bit from yesterday. It was exciting to watch. I can't imagine what it would be like to compete in conditions like that. We're talking 6 to 8, 10, 12 foot, wild, windy, woolly at the end of the day.
Yes,
but we saw huge numbers. We saw, bravery on a new scale. And, of course, the surfing. The surfing was just elite level all across the board, and this is really fun today because, while we fielded, tons of superstars of surfing, today's the day where we get to see the Cinderella stories that started earlier this week really start to come into fruition. All the 4 surfers we have in our opening heat, which is a repechage heat. So
yes,
this is a big heat, of course, because 2 of our surfers will be out of this contest. Here are your athletes fielded in this lineup: Kali Voss, Rio Inaba, Cody Young, and Gonzalo Gutierrez. Usually, you know, you've got a gut feeling about who's the favorite, you know, on paper, who's the biggest star. This heat, I really do think it is a real even matchup. Kali Voss, a lot of momentum. He's dropping 9s all week.
Yep.
So when this thing gets fired up, get ready for fireworks from these surfers.
Looked super comfortable in the big stuff, didn't he,
Oh,
Carly? All these guys did. They all had great moments yesterday. Surfed 4 times in what was just super challenging conditions. Look how smooth and glassy the ocean is out there. As it said on the screen, 5 to 8 foot solid faces, and a low tide around 11 a.m. So we've got the best of the tide, the best of the conditions. It's a shorter day today. We're going to punch it out, decide our Olympic qualifiers, and decide our champions. So, you know, this is only my second. I've been involved in ISA as a competitor surfing for my country. I've been involved as a coach, coaching my country, and now I'm involved as a commentator for the 2nd year in a row. And there's something extremely special about this event. This has got the spirit of surfing, the ethos and the culture embraced into a surfing event. There's human stories. Today's more about the winning and losing, but all week there's just been these amazing human stories of people, you know, changing their life through surfing, improving their life through surfing, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be next to you, my friend, and get to call this.
I feel exactly the same. We started this event with a record-breaking 63 nations, and every nation, you know, put their best foot forward, whether it was how they surfed in the water, whether it was, you know, how they represented themselves on the boardwalk. You could literally make a documentary about each and every surfer that we had in this event, nearly 300.
Yep.
Almost half female representation here, and you know that will be growing every year. You know, this field gets more and more even, so if you're watching from a nation that's not represented in the ISA yet, you know, you can go to isasurf.org and, you know, you can find out. It just takes one. You know, some of our teams represented by just one surfer, male or female, and you do that, you get your flag on the beach, you join one of the best surf parties there is on the planet. Speaking of joining us, here's how you do it. Wherever you are in the world, we want to know who you're cheering for. Who's going to be our gold medalist? Tell us at ISA Surfing across all social media channels. Use the hashtag ISA Worlds and hashtag Surf City. So as it stands now, Team France has a really solid shot at your overall team medal. So it's not just male and female individual medals on the line here today. It's also that illustrious team medal that these surfers would have earned throughout this contest.
That's, you know, that is, you know, in part, besides outside of your individual responsibilities to yourself, that is the main pressure that comes to bear, representing your country, representing your nation. Looks like
Viva Mexico. Talk about representing. I would say I put Alan Cleland Jr. in the top 3 just in terms of overall stars shining so bright.
Yes.
Down here in Surf City, El Salvador. Every heat that he's surfed has been a masterclass in speed, in power, in flow, attitude. I mean, he's doing it the right way. He's doing it with joy and passion. And it has been so fun to watch the run of Alan Cleland Jr. He'll be coming up in our main round, Heat 1. Going up against Kanoa Igarashi, Luca Messinas, and Miguel Tugela. So every heat right now is stacked.
Absolutely.
And here we go.
What about Mexico as a team?
Our first wave ridden on finals day is going to be by Gonzalo Gutierrez, a power surfer out of Spain. So just waiting for this wave to pulse in front of him. Beautiful section to work with there. Nice opening turn. Gets on the open face. You know, I would say his pace right there in the medium zone, not pushing too hard, but throwing water around. A completed ride, exactly how you want to start this heat. And right behind him, your surfer in blue. This is Rio Inaba representing Team Japan. So still plenty of size out here in the lineup. You see it's nearly double overhead. Ooh. It looked like he was looking for a tube. So no work done yet, and now he gets onto the open face, and it kind of flattens out in front of him. Thing about
Oh.
Rio through this run, though, is he's been making it through heats on not the best waves. So he knows how to get scores, on waves that maybe the other competitors had passed by. So a lot of work done through the outside, but nothing really of any magnitude until the inside where he got a nice finish. Now we see Cody Young from Team Canada.
Everyone's getting a chance. Snaps out of the top there. Chris, look at this section.
Cody Young, power and precision. Really high heat IQ. He's been really shining, especially on that inside section. You see how strong he is when he landed right there. I'm surprised his board can handle the pressure that Cody Young throws at it. So as we start, 3 waves ridden. So that means Kaoli Vast will be out the back with priority. He's got his pick of waves. The other surfers can grab a wave if he doesn't want it. But if Kaoli Vast wants it, they've got to stay out of the way. You don't want to lose on a technicality.
No, you certainly don't. And you don't want to lose without catching waves and having the opportunity. We've talked all week about the importance of an early start. And we've seen an early start there from 3 of the 4 competitors. Very similar waves in general. There was a kind of a sense of people getting a feel and not wanting to overcook the start, but just bank it and get something on the board early. Controlled start. Didn't show nerves, but showed good management of the nerves that could be present at this point in time. Everyone looks solid. I don't know. How do you feel about that opening exchange?
It was okay. It
Rio,
was fine.
Yeah.
It was fine. Right?
Yeah, it was fine. There was
fine.
nothing that blew our minds. Rio Inabas he rode that wave for a very long time. Came from super deep on the left, and it's going to be really interesting to break down the replays and see how we feel. Cody Young might have felt the spiciest, perhaps, of those opening exchanges.
Sure. It was pretty much your textbook filler opening wave, I think, for all of our surfers. Yeah, I think Cody and Gonzalo definitely a little bit more exciting, but this was, I would say, just a strategic start from our surfers. Great surfing, of course. We're on finals day. They didn't get here by playing it safe. So here's Cody Young's first wave ridden. Again, great surfing. The only real kind of consequential area was right there, and that was cool.
3 nice carves on the outside. We'll see them from front on. Nice sized wave. First turn, throws some spray, just snaps it out the top. This one gets a little more wrap and arc in it, pulls it right around, back into the pocket. Another one of those wraps. So nothing sort of off the lip as such, most off the face. Some excitement in that airdrop at the very end. Look, it looks like he towed in. Got into that one really early. Gets some sort of wrapping turns, waiting for it to stand up, and then realizes he's so deep, has to race it down the line like he's at Uluwatu or a left point break. Gets that cut back in, and then there's white water on the face here. Another wrapping cut. Gets barreled by the lip somehow as he cut back into that breaking part of the wave, and it threw over the top of him. He disappeared, came into the inside, got a nice floating re-entry as well. As you said, all the 3 endings had some good punctuation in them.
You know what that tells me is that these surfers are not only physically prepared, but also mentally and emotionally prepared, not letting the magnitude of what's at stake rattle them, as fans. And, we would love to see them just go out there and try their biggest maneuver right when they get up. But, there is a lot of strategy involved, and, the cadence of these heats. Yesterday afternoon, you'd have seen wild starts and incredible finishes, just because there was a feeling of desperation. The waves were massive. Every wave had crazy critical sections trying to eat our surfers. So I feel like today, with this perfect groomed texture of the ocean, these surfers are going to have to potentially be a little bit more choosy in the waves they pick. There's not those 15 wave sets that we saw yesterday. We're looking at 2 to 3 waves per set. So time management, of course, is going to be key. 25 minutes on the clock for this heat. There's Team Japan. So if you're thinking of Olympic ramifications in this heat, 3 surfers with a shot. We've got Gonzalo Gutierrez basically going up against Kaoli Vast to be the highest finisher there. You could get that call to compete at Paris 2024. Rio Inaba, for him, if he keeps rolling through this contest, he could get the call up for Asia. But if he loses here, that will go to Kanoa Igarashi. Then again, Kanoa could qualify through the WSL. So, you know, there's a lot to unpack with every wave surfed. And as we do qualify athletes for Paris 2024, we will get that information to you as quickly as possible, as correctly as possible, is a little bit more important. So we've got our team, you know, they're right there with their calculators out. They're tabulating numbers. And so far we've had the honor to see some really emotional, amazing moments fielding Olympic qualifiers already. You know, yesterday was just a great day for the sport of surfing. Yeah. Olympic dreams coming true.
And in serious conditions.
Earned it. They earned it.
Where you had to earn it. They surfed 4 heats yesterday. There are literally 8 people left in each gender division, male and female, and 4 in the main round, 4 in the repechage round. Main round coming up after the repechage of the women. The losers there, or the 3rd and 4th place getters, let's not call them losers, those that don't advance, go down to the repechage round to meet 1st and 2nd out of this, 1st and 2nd out of that, go through to the final, and we're there. We're at the, you know, we've made our way. Scores are in, Chris.
All right, here is your breakdown. So the judges have spoken. Gonzalo Gutierrez with a 6.83, the highest single wave score so far. Cody Young right behind him with a 6, and Rio Inaba just behind him with a 5.67. And here goes Rio again. So he gets busy early on this wave, maybe making a correction from his opening ride. Secondary snap there. Kali Voss drops in out the back, and you see a mistake there for Rio Inaba going down through the inside. This is our first wave from Kali, goes up into the lip, jams his tail into a gnarly section, pulls it off cleanly. So Kali Voss able to maintain the momentum he built yesterday. And here we go. Gutierrez on a big open wall. Nice carving turn to start off. Well-placed secondary carve. He gets to the meaty part of this wave through the inside. Can he hang on? That is a tough wave to ride out of. Solid backup score there for Gonzalo Gutierrez. Similar cadence to his opening wave. So he's surfing a really smart heat now. He's going to bank 2 pretty sizable scores. But for Rio Inaba, his last score came through at a 4.57. So did the work through the mid portion of the wave, fell on the inside. Would have been a bigger score had he rode it all the way through.
Yeah, the problem for Rio is that the 5.17, the 4.57 don't match those 6s, obviously. And I dare say it's not going to match the ride of Kali Voss either. So he's going to find himself in a situation where really he hasn't had one.
Right.
The 5 won't count, the 4 won't count, and he's like, okay, my heat starts now. I've got 12 minutes, a 12-minute heat to surf, which is absolutely possible. Love that second turn of Kali Voss. There was an element of attack and aggression. I feel like that might be higher than the 6.83. Gonzalo's got the highest of the other 3 scores because it had a big open face the whole way along it. And Cody's had a similar face, but it wasn't quite as steep and critical. So that's why the big, powerful Spaniard got the 6.83 and won the initial opening exchange, except for Kali Voss. We're going to see a score here that's got to be in that 6 range, I would think, and match those scores. At least it may go higher based on the critical nature of that second turn or closeout turn. It was, he made it look more spectacular than it maybe was, even with the way he personally adapted things in that moment.
Yeah, that was just big, loud surfing.
Yeah, loud.
And Kali Voss, I would say his last 2 to 3 years have been just phenomenal in his development.
Oh.
He's gone from, oh yeah, that kid from Tahiti who's really good at riding the barrel to, oh yeah, that kid from Tahiti who might be in the Olympics, who should probably be on the championship tour, who should be winning all these events. It was a pretty quick jump from kind of a curiosity to a full-blown, you know, global sensation.
Even through to, that kid that rode the biggest wave of that swell.
Right.
You know,
the kid who rides barrels switch stands in Tahiti.
The kid who beat Kelly Slater. And
that kid.
The kid who made the final at Chopu. You know,
and now we know his name well.
That kid who's in the ISA games, repechage round 11, surfing for an Olympic spot. That's
right.
The kid.
And now we're at that 10-minute mark. So Gonzalez, his last score comes through. It's a 5.83, and now we have our biggest score yet in this heat. Kalivas with a 7.27. Inaba through to the inside, laying into that section, toying with the whitewater.
Oh, come on, man.
Laying back and goes down. An incomplete inside maneuver. Those facial expressions tell the story right there. It was so close, he almost had it. Did some decent work out the back, but I feel like Rio's wave most likely is going to fit in with those two scores he has now. And Barton, you said it best. A 5.17 and a 4.57 at this stage of competition. I mean, those are placeholders right now because everyone else is starting to drop 6s and 7s, including Kalivas. Perfectly placed turn, gets around a section with ease, a beautiful searing carve all the way through to the mid portion of this wave. Things are going to start to pick up, showing us his skill, his speed.
Seriously, Chris.
And his tenacity. Consistency right there, key for Kalivas. No mistakes on that wave. Pretty much read it like a book. Here it is.
Totally.
I'm going to do this, this, and this. Boom. Kalivas will now be in the lead even further because he just dropped an 8.33 paired with a 7.27 for a 15.60 total. That is huge.
He got the slowest start of everyone. He waited a long time to get his first wave. Look at this one. This is a super important ride for the Spaniard.
Well, this is a wave that could get him qualified for the upcoming Olympic Games. Gutierrez, representing Spain. You know, he's been walking softly but carrying a big stick. You see him in his post-heat interviews. He's a very calm, cool. You know, he's got a relaxed demeanor.
Yes.
You put him out in waves like this, and he's got some torque through his turns. He's throwing a ton of water. Now, I wouldn't say super flashy, but power generally wins over flash.
And there was some flash yesterday in the big conditions. It matched his size, his stature. Looks so at home on those big waves. But he's in some trouble now. The 8.33 and the 7.27. Really, it's kind of, they're in first and second, our two Europeans battling it out for that Olympic qualification. The Canadian up and riding here.
Cody Young wants to get back into the conversation. He started with a 6. Good section there, fades way back into the pocket. Now this wave's starting to build up. It's becoming a monster. Gets involved with the lip, a nice highline float with the airdrop. Bonus section now on the inside for Cody Young. Team Canada represent another turn there. So Cody Young speeding to this inside section, going for the layback, but just gets his shins clipped by the whitewater. Goes head over heels. Did some nice work through the outside section, so you do get points all the way up until where you fall. You know, unfortunately, the judges, being humans like us, you know, they'll watch that whole wave. They'll give him all the credit until the very end. So it's not a matter of taking points away. It's just a matter of the points stop when you fall. So it may have given him an extra point or two if he had made that end section. Of course, that's all hindsight. Now it's up to the judges to lock in their number. And this is that last scoring wave for Kalivas, a perfect read.
Beautiful speed line float, carves out of the top. Everything he's doing is just looking so stylish, and there's a speed and a sharpness, a crispness to every maneuver into that beautiful last turn. Tweaks the tail just that little bit to add a bit of spice and excitement. This was the best wave of the heat so far.
Could you have done anything better on that opening section of the wave?
I don't think so, because you need to get around the whitewater, didn't you? And it was just beautiful, the speed that he carried, and even them little jab to the lip, beautiful closeout turn. The judges loved it. It had everything. Like you said, the read was perfect. Cody Young, watch this. Drops the back arm back, wraps it around tight to the pocket. Comes into this section. I thought it was the closeout turn. I was like, wow, that was a good wave for Cody Young. 2 big turns. He gets more, comes around the whitewater, wraps that. Such a shame the incompletion at the end here. Another beautiful wrap. It's going to be a good score, but he did leave some there. He went to lay it back off the whitewater, and actually the whitewater pushed the board underneath him. His body weight was still going forward. Went over the top of the board, incomplete. That was a beautiful closeout turn. That we thought was a closeout turn, but that wave just kept delivering. A 6.23 drops for that, showing the points that were lost with the incomplete in the fall. Shame there for Cody.
We get down to the 5-minute mark. Wanted to welcome all of our fans and viewers. If you're watching right now on NBC Peacock, we are live in the USA on NBC Peacock. And that makes it fun because you can get it on the big screen. You can have your computer open to ISAsurf.org. You can look at all the stats while you're watching the event. That's a fun way to experience finals day for sure. There's Team Japan. They're smiling, but you know there's nerves, there's wonder, there's curiosity. How is this going to end? Everybody knows the scenario in that camp. If we see Ryo Inaba go down in this heat, that will hand over the qualification scenario to Kanoa Igarashi, who will be coming up in Heat 1 of our men's main round division in just a few moments after this heat. So 4:13 on the clock. Kalle Vast brilliantly surfing through this heat. You know, great tempo, just nice and relaxed. Waited about 10 minutes for his first wave, made full use of that, and then he backs it up with an 8.33 for fast, flashy, beautiful surfing, expertly timed. I mean, the rhythm right now is with Kalle Vast. This is quickly becoming a battle for second place. Second place will have you advancing through into the main round, or back into the main round, I should say. These repechage rounds have started on day 2, and each and every repechage heat has been completely contested from beginning to end. So no stopping here.
Couple of fives for Ryo Inaba, 5-1, a 5-1 into a 3-7-7. He's getting desperate. He's in 4th place. As you said, the Japanese team look relaxed because either way, that qualifying position for the Olympics goes to a member of their team from that country, Japan. So it's either just Ryo or Kanoa, and so there's a win-win situation there for Japan.
I'm sure they had a partial celebration last night for Shino Matsuda.
Right, yeah.
Her story in Tokyo 2020 was a heartbreaker, you know, a bittersweet moment for her. She had provisionally qualified, but that's the reason why we kept using that word provisionally, because as the points settled down through the end of the year, 2 other surfers representing Japan bypassed her, and so she got the best news of her life, and then the worst news followed. But let's stick to the good stuff. Let's talk about Kalle Vast and his path through this event. You know, he's been going up against powerhouse surfers like Cody Young, as we see here. What an angle. What an effort for Cody as well.
This is the heat recap, and it's been a great heat. Everyone's had opportunity. That's been the fantastic thing about this venue, as we see here, the highest scoring wave of the heat. There's been rights and lefts, so there's the direction for everyone to choose. There's been big sets, consistent in between waves, as Kalle finishes up that beautiful ride on the inside, just looking so professional and leading in the battle for that European continent spot in the Olympic Games. Gonzalo Guterres in 2nd place. He needs an 8.77. So Kalle, the Frenchman who lives in Tahiti, he's only surfed 2 waves, and both of those waves have been good enough to hold him in that first place right from the very start. From the moment he actually got up on the wave, he has looked like a winner, really.
It was pretty clear. The minute he stood up, you know, in his first turn, you're going, all right, you know, this kid's looking really confident. So again, with 1:15 left, if Ryo Inaba stays in the position he's in now for the next minute and 15 seconds, his Olympic dreams may be dashed. But don't say it yet. Big slash there from Ryo Inaba. Another turn right in the power pocket. Can he get the finish? Oh, man, that was
so
a tough
close.
one to watch.
And that was the sort of energy Ryo needed to show from the start. There was an obvious elevation in commitment and desperateness, and the energy on that wave was the most exciting I feel like he's looked in this heat so far. Massive day yesterday. 4 times these guys all surfed, and you wondered if they may look a little jaded today. Kalle Vast definitely hasn't looked jaded, that's for sure. Everybody in this heat's had a good go. They're all got scores that are respectful, but it's the excellent scores of the Frenchman that look like guaranteeing him that Olympic qualifying spot. But we'll wait for confirmation of that. Here's the final wave, 15 seconds on the clock, Chris.
And it's going to be Cody Young in the middle. He has to opt out. So Kali Vost, a masterful use of priority there, not only blocking one but two surfers. Not a great wave, but job well done because time is out. So Kali Vost surfed his waves perfectly.
Yep.
His strategy paid off. And right there, you see he's a tactician as well. This kid is the complete package, 21 years old, representing Team France. And get this, Barton, the European spot for Paris 2024 is still up for grabs right now because Kali Vost and Gonzalo Gutierrez are going to be moving through this heat. Just save the drama. We're loving it.
That's an amazing situation, and props to Gonzalo for holding in there. At this point in time, the second's as good as the first. Doesn't really matter. So both those Europeans keeping that alive.
That's right. And we will have a huge announcement for you when we get back from this break. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. It is finals day, and we are sending surfers to the Olympics as well as crowning gold medalists throughout this afternoon. It's going to be very exciting. Shannon Hughes alongside Jess Grimwood to call the action. And with the finish of that last heat, Japan's Reo Inaba falling out of the race as that was a repecharge round in the bottom two, dropping out. It officially qualifies Kanoa Igarashi for Team Japan to take the last remaining Asia spot on qualifications for Paris 2024.
Yeah, unbelievable morning already. Of course, it's finals day. Of course, we've got this type of stuff happening, qualification scenarios, and particularly too for the Europeans, Carly and Gonzalo moving on to. I'm just watching that first wave right now, important wave as we open up for the women's repecharge.
That's right. We'll get back to more of that exciting Olympic conversation as Seoul goes for a huge re-entry on the finish. Can't quite make it happen. Taking a look now as it's been a rainy morning, difficult to be able to see the conditions really because the rain has been thick as ever. And it's cleared up though over the last little while. Quick in and out for our surfer in blue, Ellie Harrison. And we got a 2-3-3 on the board for Sol Aguirre of Peru, Aaron Brooks of Canada with a 1-point ride, Sophie McCulloch for Australia, and Ellie Harrison of Australia as well. So two Aussies in the conversation here, trying to match up with the third from their team in Sally Fitzgibbons, who is still going in the main rounds. Jess looking for a fourth ISA World Surfing Games title.
She is, and if you do click on the ISA website right now, you can have a look at the team standings, and you can see the Australian team are looking good points-wise. I mean, there's so much surfing yet ahead of us, and like you said, we turned up this morning. The rain has glassed off the conditions. It is absolutely primed, pruned wave faces. It is the best we've seen since we've been here for competition, and of course it turns up on finals day in beautiful karmic fashion. The surf gods are shining upon us, and El Salvador has been shining upon us with the swell throughout this event. But for these surfers in this heat, they've had to battle through all the different types of conditions. Humongous surf yesterday and the day before, and now the best of the best. But we did just see a wash through, so kind of catching these 4 women out of position right now in this heat.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many of those throughout the morning. It's been slightly smaller, which is great to see after the wild conditions throughout yesterday. But exciting conditions to be qualifying surfers for Tahiti for the Paris Olympics.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we loved it yesterday because it asked the questions of these athletes. Can they step up to the plate? Are they able to bring what they have to surf a wave like where the Olympic Games are going to be held? And it was a test yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing test again today as we are watching some great surf rolling through. Shannon Hughes here alongside Jess Grimwood in the booth.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just adjusting everything today. The finals energy is big. I had to, much like the athletes, I had to put my headphones in and recompose myself because there's so much consequence going into surfing today that we need to all have our heads on, as well as the athletes. It's a big day for surfing globally.
That's so true, and that's why we've got notes everywhere because we're working through our surfers getting to the Olympic Games for Paris 2024. Of course, we have just received the news that Kanoa Igarashi has gained that qualification for the Asia region. Now in his corner will be Reo Inaba for the rest of the championship tour season, Jess, because Kanoa specifically has the opportunity, competing on the CT this year, to get that double qualification. If he qualifies through the championship tour, then that Asia spot for the ISA World Surfing Games this year will fall down the list and hit Reo Inaba as the next top-ranked Asian competitor.
Yeah, so, I mean, they've always been such strong supporters of each other, but now more than ever, I'm sure Reo is probably, wishing Kanoa the best success in the back half of his season.
Currently out in the lineup, we have Sophie McCulloch, Ellie Harrison, both for Team Australia, Sol Aguirre of Peru, and Erin Brooks of Canada. The two from the Americas region for Peru and Canada, both Sol and Erin, have qualified themselves for the Pan American Games, which will be taking place at the end of this year in Santiago, Chile. At that event, we'll be taking the winners to Paris 2024. So the Americas Continental qualification for this 2023 competitive season will land off of the Pan American Games results. So that's exciting to see. And for both of these women, as well as 3 others who took out their Pan American qualifications at this event just through yesterday, will be taking place and heading to Santiago at the end of the year.
Interesting, as you see that lineup. 2 of the surfers have elected to go on the left, 2 are on the right. And I think we see Sol, there's Sol, and perhaps Erin Brooks on that left-hander. And then the Australians, I'm pretty sure that, Sophie McCulloch and Ellie Harrison in the red and the blue jerseys are sitting on the right-hand side of the peak. And it is really defined today. So there is a absolutely tangible difference in the waves. There's been some huge scores already on the rights, and I guess that nods to the Australian team's tactics. But there is now starting to shift. The swell direction is kind of coming through, and there has been those lefts as well. So Team Canada and Team Peru have identified something on those lefts, so you can see a better angle of the split in the peak for the 4 surfers in the water. Those 2, the Australians, are way down near the skis on that other side of the right-hander, and right in front of us here, you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen is Erin Brooks for Team Canada in the white jersey, just copying one of those sets. It's washing through at a bit of a weird angle, but every now and then there is a left. The Peruvians really succeeded on that left-hander, as well as Leilani McGonigal yesterday. So I like this. We're going to see a really good mix, backhand, forehand, and split peaks throughout this heat.
Looking for those critical in-section maneuvers as well to really catch the eye of the judges. 25 minutes on the clock for the majority of our heats today, starting out in our repechage round 11 for both the men and women. After this heat, we're rolling into our main round heats for men's main round 7 and women's main round 7. That means it contains 4 surfers who have yet to fall out below a second place finish. They've either been advancing through in first or second through the entire event. They've stayed in that winner's round, so to speak, and they'll be looking to have another opportunity to book themselves straight into the grand final. Otherwise, they'll have one more repechage round to battle with the winners of these heats. As we take a look now at Erin Brooks, the youngster from Canada, connects up into the lip. Nice, smooth surfing to get her campaign started. Shakes off that 1-point ride.
Yeah, just a small way for her, getting that ball rolling in her heat. There were quite a few situations in the women's round yesterday where there wasn't the chance to get a second wave. So you can see she just wants to get some numbers on the board. I know just watching her from her free surfing, these groomed open faces. Wait till she opens up that forehand style and that thing. And I mean, even there were glimpses of the preparation stance for those end aerial maneuvers. I didn't see any go down yet in competition, but she has them in her tricks and in her back pocket. So let's stand by for them.
What are your thoughts on this last wave of Erin Brooks?
Yeah, just getting numbers on the board. Set up carve, bit wobbly there. She does well to kind of reclaim the power in that end maneuver and get the completion. You can see it was kind of looking like it was going to be a nice clean wave, but because it was smaller, it came underneath on the bank and picked up all that lump and foam from the last big set that rolled through.
Soligere now on her forehand, driving through that first turn, setting her line, now wrapping it all the way back into the section. Beautiful S-turn as she looks for that closeout maneuver on the finish. This is going to be a great way for her to build on that score line as we take a look now at Sophie McCulloch for Australia. Had her rookie season on the WSL Championship Tour this year, proudly representing Australia for yet another World Surfing Games. She's been in that conversation in years before, was there in Huntington Beach and nearly helped the Australian team, alongside of India Robinson and Sally Fitzgibbons, gain that coveted extra qualification spot for the Australian nation on the women's side. Of course, with the win for Kiera Pinkerton out of the USA last year, that spot ended up going to the USA women's team. And we've got a setup here now for Erin Brooks with a paddle. Beautiful looking waves lining up for her now. A 4.67 for her last wave. Sets a rail, quick snap to start. Now drives off the bottom and starts to open up a little bit more for that second carve. Now for the end section, hits the foam and finishes well. She'll be building on that leading position, waiting for a score to drop through for Soligere, as well as Ellie Harrison goes down.
How about that last exchange of the action too, though, between Sophie McCulloch and Soligere? So whilst there was a lull in the waves, the two Australians had pushed further west, I think it is, of the point, and they pushed almost over towards that left, and Sol found this kind of surprising right-hander way deeper on the takeoff peak, and she was able to get a really nice looking wave and open up, and that big, if you can remember back to her wave, she was in the green, that big open face wrap is going to be setting the bar here for criticalness. I think Erin's last wave is going to be one of the better ones, but there's a real flurry and a shifting of what's happening in positioning at the moment in this heat. This is the replay. Beautiful from Sol, that nice big open face carve. She cuts it short. Because this has come so far across the bank, it's almost where the lefts are being taken off on. The angle is different and she really gets the ability to close it out right on the inside. So beautiful score for her coming.
Scores in for this one. It's a 7.5 for Sophie McCulloch.
Yeah, how's the opening moves here right there where she gets to really lay into it? It's a way bigger wave. She hits it nice and early. So let's see how that measures up against Sol's though before we start unpacking it too much. Here goes Erin's replay too. Oh, great looking, just great style. You never quite know what she's going to do. She has a lot of power as she brings around the calves and through the tail, and I like her settled approach to those end sections, not trying to turn and do too much, but putting enough on the board.
Scores trickling through now for the last exchanges. Soligere with a 5.27 now takes the lead. Sophie McCulloch into second with a 7.50. Score on the board to drop for Ellie Harrison, just a 0.43 for that takeoff. She's now the one looking for her first real wave within this heat. As the last of Brooks comes through, she now regains the lead. So a 6.17 for Erin, takes her into first. Sol down into second, Sophie into third, and puts a big requirement now on Ellie Harrison, up and riding with a 7.17 that she is chasing. She's already dropped 9s and 8s throughout the event here. That smooth, silky style from Barwon Heads and Victoria coming alive on that 2-turn wrap.
That was so nice to watch. You could really feel her flow and her connection to that open face and her rail there. And she, watch out. Ellie Harrison on a right-hand point break at this size and this glassy, we'll really get a chance to see her style shine through. And you did get a glimpse, like that's not even the top of her potential that she can perform at. She is an outstanding up-and-comer and part of that depth of talent that they breed in Australia.
Scores to come through now for Ellie, youngest member of Team Australia behind Sophie McCulloch. Sophie with a little bit more competitive experience now in that international field. Of course, while working on her marketing and business degree behind the scenes, Sophie found herself qualifying for the championship tour, which was incredible to see her with that opportunity this year. She wasn't able to hold on to that title, but actually we've got some excitement down on the beach. You can hear him there. Fernando Aguirre, ISA president, has found Kanoa
Portuguese,
Igarashi.
he does. English, he does. Of course, he speaks Japanese, and I asked him about French.
Parle français un peu.
Un petit peu de français. So I wanted to congratulate him because he's going to have to learn some more French because he's going to Tahiti. Qualified Olympian! Congratulations. Yes. No, por nada.
Gracias, gracias. I mean, wow. You know, it's such an honor to be in this position. I mean, I felt like Tokyo was just the other day. I'm still have so many good memories from that event and from that moment. The Olympics changed my life. And to be here again in a position where I can go there and represent my country and try and get another medal, it means the world to me, you know. And I know my biggest motivation now for the rest of the year is to double qualify through the CT, and that'll get another countryman for me into the Olympics. We already have a spot from last year, the Huntington ISA event that I won.
So you have 3 spots for men.
So yeah, the goal here now is to get 3 spots for the men, and I can serve with 2 of my fellow countrymen. But one heat at a time, and I'm just happy to be in this position. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Kanoa. And how about Taupo? Are you training somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Chopu is the most perfect wave in the world. So, you know, to have an Olympics there, it's gonna be really amazing. I'm really excited to go there and to spend more time there. You know, it's a really special place for me. I had some special moments last year as well. So, I'm excited. 本当にもうみんなの日本のファンもいつも応援ありがとうございます。今回もまたオリンピック枠をゲットしたことで本当に嬉しいので、もうこれからもやっぱりそのオリンピックに向けて練習することとやっぱり金メダルに近づくために一日一日頑張るのでみんなの応援をよろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Enjoy your hit.
Yes, thank you.
Woo!
Really good. Here we are again. Olympic year coming up. We just, I feel like Tokyo just finished, and here we are again. You know, getting people qualified, getting ready. I'm excited just to have this opportunity again, and getting excited to get ready for it. Yes, thank you.
He needs to go on surfing. Go on, have your hit. Gracias, Kanoa.
Well, great to hear from Kanoa. A lot of energy and excitement as he's got just 8 minutes and 40 seconds just left on the clock before he has to paddle out for his men's main round division. Now, you know that he's come here to get the job done to solidify qualification, though he has that chance on the championship tour. But for him, the hungry competitor that he is, same conversation around Sally Fitzgibbons. Any event the two of them enter, they are going for that gold medal, that winning ticket at the finish. And he'll be looking for gold today as we take a look at this last replay of Sophie McCulloch.
Oh, Sophie is on out here this morning. She connects so well, finds a nice tight little pocket that no one else has really been able to find on these rights. It's been rare at least, especially across the last few women's round. And big waves, great wave choice. Look at the size of it, well and truly overhead for her. Sets the rail. I'm pretty sure she's riding a Pizel radius as well. So she just really finds those critical moments and she connects with them at exactly the right time. A lot of flow, big scores for her. She's looking really good. Let's see the breakdown though for the rest of this heat at the moment too, because Erin Brooks is sitting in second. Solagir needs a 5.58. Ellie Harrison needs a 3.94. 7.5 minutes on the clock.
7.5 minutes counting down. Sophie in the lead with 2 solid scores, the 7.5, the 6.43, as you said. Erin Brooks down into second. Sol and Ellie in the conversation to try and get themselves requirements to take the advancing positions. Now on the women's side, as we take a look at Luca Macinas getting ready to prepare for his next heat up against Alan Cleland of Mexico and Miguel Tudela of Peru. Of course, Kanoa Igarashi that we just heard from getting that Olympic qualification will be heading out for Team Japan. Now on the women's side, the Olympic spots, the 4 spots that were available for our highest ranking eligible women for Africa, Asia, Oceania, and Europe, they have already been claimed through competition over the last 2 days before finals day. So that's already sewn up. For Africa, it was Sarah Baum. For Europe, Vahine Fierro. For Asia, Shino Matsuda. And for Oceania, it goes to Safi Vetti. So the surfers that are currently in the water are not competing for those spots. For the Australians specifically, although they're still following through with higher rankings, those Olympic spots will be going to surfers off of this year's championship tour. As we take a look at Erin Brooks with a beautiful drive off the bottom to set up into that opening snap under the lip for the second hook. Looking to race around the section. She's going to get there. Will she time out the finishing turn? That was insane that she made that last section, Jess.
I think she's going to go in the first with that last wave. Yeah, to recover already, to have those critical maneuvers to recover, to hop back in front of the section and still pause and delay that bottom turn for the real final maneuver. Look at this beautiful vision. You can see the amount of face she has to work with. Set up carve, big bottom turn, big maneuver under the lip, jumps up, regains control. Right there, critical surfing, nice hook, nicely timed. I love that they've adjusted and moved back to the right. The scoring potential is, I think, a lot higher, in my opinion, on those right-handers. And there's the carve. Sets up this really nice critical turn, nice and early. That gives it just the slightest opportunity. She almost looks like she's going to get tubed on her backhand, and then she just whips it straight back up really quick, lightning fast surfing from her, and just a great technique on the backhand. I mean, you can rewind it anyway if you're watching at home. If you want to learn how to backhand surf and transition into those critical maneuvers, do so. Take your own little video and rewind that last turn of hers because her technique was on point.
Let the 14-year-old from Texan teach you how to surf better than anyone in the world.
Well,
incredible.
Yeah. It's the future of surfing, isn't it?
And it's a 9.17.
Yeah, transition-wise, when you got to see the technicality come into play, the wave choice as well, the amount of maneuvers she was able to do, the lack of adjustment in between those maneuvers, it's beautiful surfing, and a 9.17 on finals day is a great way to start your day.
Well, we'll track now with Soligari, who had first priority. She goes in for that opening hit but goes down. Sophie McCulloch was having a look at a right. Ellie Harrison now sitting with first priority. Down to 4 minutes on the clock. Thoughts, Jess? Jess sits in the booth and she waves her finger at me, and I go, all right, yeah. She's got a...
I've got something. So second best women's wave in stats-wise across the game so far, right? Ellie Harrison had the 9.5.
Yes.
The 9.03 was Tiara from the Netherlands, Vanderhaals, and now the 9.17 sits up there in those top 3 waves of the women's stats. For Erin, to put a number like that down, maybe. I mean, she went the hard way around getting through to this main round. She had to go through the repecharges because she didn't capitalise. But maybe she has actually put this into her plan somewhere, and she's saving her best surfing for the finals. She hasn't shown the judges what she's fully capable of, and that's also a sign of one of those surfers that don't feel rushed to get a result, but to understand that they have the longevity in their career and they don't need to show everything in the first heat. Glimpses of that for me from Erin Brooks.
Scores are proving it as well. A 9.17 and a 6.17 on the board for Erin Brooks of Canada. Spends a lot of time traveling the world now, a lot of free surfing trips, but I had a chat with Sanoa Olin and the Canadian team this morning as we were on hold, and Sanoa was just sharing about the fact that this year, Erin, there's her dad there on screen, and some of the guys from the Canadian team as well, feeling very stoked and relaxed now. Maybe not before that wave dropped, but now they'd be feeling pretty good. Just the fact that Erin has been putting that jersey on more often now. This year, she's been, she has been competing on the qualifying series for the last couple of seasons. Didn't quite get that cut. She was the last person out on the list for the Hawaiian region to qualify into this year's Challenger Series. So if they had taken 4 girls instead of 3, I believe, she would have been that 4th surfer getting the call-up. So she's on that reserve list. She's getting a few call-ups. She got to compete through the Challenger Series in Australia and is looking likely to get in for South Africa for Bolito as well. So she's just starting to get that time in the jersey as we see Sol just not being able to find the positioning off the lefts. I feel like for her, had she stuck to the right, she'd be on it, sailing home.
Yeah, I have to agree at this point with her big open face calves, her power behind her maneuvers. She's looking for a 8.66. If she can, maybe she's in two minds about the game plan at the moment. If she can get herself back into priority rotation and onto one of those sets, maybe an indication as well that she favours her backhand in moments of pressure with 1 minute 30 on the clock. But Ellie Harrison now, she needs a 7.04. Her last wave was a 6.27. She also is still in the mix. She's also in contention to knock out Sophie if Sophie can't overtake with this wave.
Sophie needing to improve on the 6.43 to really put the pressure on Ellie. Carves back into the section for that first check. Just another setup turn here. Hasn't really unleashed until this moment. We're waiting for her to find that corner. Beautiful, stylish, soulful surfing coming through from Sophie on this wave. But that's what we need to be seeing. And maybe a little bit too late to be landing in something like that as she comes in down the way. I'm wondering if something's happened, maybe equipment-wise, anything like that. She looked really good on that wave, but she wasn't actually really going into any of those turns hard, Jess.
Yeah, good pickup. I'm not sure what's happened then because, I mean, Ellie's dropped the 6.27. Like I said, even halfway down that wave, I was going, go pull out, Sophie, pull off, get back out the back and back that 7.5 up. So she's, for whatever reason, unbeknownst to us on the broadcast, has called it on that last wave. And she's going to leave it up to, you know, the surf gods and to Sol and to Ellie. Can they better their situation? Sol's going to need to find something way better than that wave choice in the last 10 seconds for her. I mean, there's no other opportunity right there. And Ellie looks like she's lost at C2. So, you know, perhaps for Sophie already realising that they're not going to get another chance, that's why she came in. But for Erin Brooks, second best wave of the women's division so far.
The flames paying off on the surfboard has her flying through sections with speed that not a lot of other surfers are generating out in the lineup. Now we've got more action to come. Our men's main round 7, Kanoa Igarashi, Luca Macinas, Alan Cleland, and Miguel Tudela right after this.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, I'm going to ask them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks and says, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
Welcome back to finals day here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. No time for niceties. It's time to shred. That's right. We've got 4 of the best surfers in the world in the water right now. This is your men's main round. Way deep into this contest. We're talking Kanoa Igarashi, Luca Macinas, Al Cleland Jr., and Miguel Tudela. So as we go back into the main round, this is a different scenario than our repechage heats. Our top 2 surfers will stay advancing through in the main round. They'll be in our grand final, where our repechage surfers will have to surf again to fight their way potentially back into the main round final series of heats. So Miguel Tudela, I mean, no surprise there. He's so consistent, always seems to be on the best waves. There's your lineup. Japan, Peru, Mexico, and Peru represented here. So you got Luca Macinas and Miguel Tudela from that powerhouse team Peru. Igarashi representing Japan just got great news on the beach.
Oh, you did too.
Qualifier for Paris 2024. And for Al Cleland Jr., he's just got to be reveling in the success that he's already had throughout the week. One of our biggest performers in this entire draw of nearly 300 surfers. Here goes Kanoa Igarashi driving down the line on a beautiful right-hander, grab rail carve. First turn was a doozy, setting things up with his second turn. This wave, beautiful, perfect line through to the inside. And a huge finish for Kanoa Igarashi. We're talking speed, power, precision, flow from the outside to the inside. I actually liked now that he was patient at the beginning.
Yeah.
Kind of just standing there waiting for the story to develop. And once it did,
fireworks. I haven't seen a prettier wave than that all week. That was a beautiful wall. Look how glassy and smooth it is. There's the patience you were talking about, Chris, and then he just grabs that rail, little chatter in the rail of the board as it came around, and then he gets through to the inside and starts to get crazy with it. This turn, beautiful snap, powerful, authoritative turn out of the top. Another flaring lip hit and pulls through the back, completed it. Well, to start with, fantastic lineup positioning, fantastic wave selection, beautiful patience as you suggested, and then just built the momentum towards the end. The judges are going to love that as much as we did, I dare say.
I mean, that wave right there, I'm sure, sent a lot of people to their computers or to their phones to book their trip to Surf City, El Salvador. A beautiful, perfect right-hander. I mean, that's the calling card, right? Come down here.
Yeah.
Get waves like that. It's right on the edge, right? Super powerful, a gnarly wave, so the elite can enjoy themselves here. But that's a wave that, you know, most surfers, even at a mid-level, could get on that wave and get the ride of their life. So something for every level of surfer down here in Surf City, El Salvador. But right now, it's all elite. All four of these surfers have not lost yet through 7 full days of competition. And here goes Luca Macinas, Team Peru.
The replay of that first ride, beautiful first turn. Wave goes a little flatter on the face, carves back into the pocket, into the whitewater, because the closer you are to the whitewater, the more power you're going to get on the wave face and the bigger maneuvers you can do with that power. Unfortunately, came into the inside, hit the whitewater, got up on the toes too high. Incomplete 6.33 though, based on the first turn. That first turn was fantastic too. Both our Peruvians off to really early starts. A shame this one went a little flat on the wave face, and there gets that last turn in. 6.17 for Miguel Tudela and a 6.33. Oh, look at the score. That was Luca Macinas, the 6.33, but look at the score for Kanoa Igarashi.
I mean, this wave had perfection written all over it. Kanoa Igarashi, beautiful surfing with plenty of power throughout. Judges have spoken. A 9-point ride for Kanoa Igarashi, who not only just stamped his qualification into Paris 2024, but now is on his way to a potential medal here at the ISA World Surfing Games. He's been one of our most consistent performers in ISA history. Seems to medal every time he enters this event, and he's on his way right now. I would put him, you know, right at the top of lists of favorites here on finals day, unless this guy's got something to say about it. Al Cleland Jr. representing Team Mexico in a huge way all week long, trying to get around that section. So not a lot for Alan Cleland, but don't worry too much just yet. We've seen him, you know, dropping 8s, 9s with relative ease throughout this event. I mean, obviously it takes a ton of skill and grit to do that and get those big numbers, but he just seems like he's been having a magical experience here in El Salvador, and we'll see if that continues.
He's definitely got the skill and the grit. 20 minutes all week, so he surfed a lot of 20-minute heats. This is 25. There's still about 18 and a half minutes left, so he's still got a whole heat in terms of what he's used to packing those 2 big rides into. Unfortunate incomplete down the inside here. A couple of nice earlier turns. feels like the lowest score of the opening exchange to me. Judges deliberating that now, obviously. The opening exchange always vital to win that and sets you up perfectly. Kanoa Igarashi, you're talking about how great he is in this particular event, the ISA World Surfing Games, silver medalist at Tokyo 2020, booked his spot. Can he go one place better? Well, by the look of the surfing on that wave, he definitely can. 4.33 comes through for Alan Cleland.
Maybe will serve as his backup score, but the numbers, the trend that we're seeing, you got to have scores in that near perfect range if you want to be a contender. And here we go, Cleland again, up and out. There could have been a little bit more meat on the bone on that wave, but doesn't matter now. Here we go, Luca Macinas, La Máquina. His consistency is among the best of the best. Two nice turns there, throwing tons of spray. Surgical approach to surfing, does it with style and finesse right there, finishing nicely. 17:20 on the clock now while the judges deliberate and lock in their scores. Let's go down to Team Canada's Aaron Brooks, standing by now with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, last year's ISA U16 gold medalist here at this exact break. Aaron, you've been replicating your momentum since last year at this break, but it seems like in this heat you turned it on, a 9.17 on the right, one of the best waves of the event. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to thank God for that wave. It was so much fun, and I'm so glad I got it.
Repping Team Canada once again, and you've obviously done the best performance so far by Canadian women in ISA competition. How proud of yourself are you right now?
I'm super proud, and I've been getting a lot of support actually from Canadians all over, and I just wanted to say hi to everyone and thank you for following along.
And how about a message to your mom? I know she's been struggling a lot lately. She's in the hospital, I think around 70% way through with the treatments and chemo.
Yeah, Mom, I miss you so much, and I love you, and just keep fighting, and you're inspiring me every day.
Thanks, Aaron. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
That's fitting because Aaron's inspiring us every day and definitely inspiring surfers on a global scale, representing Team Canada right there. And the smile, Barton. The smile says it all. She's having the time of her life, and she's surfing like it. An inspired performance there from Aaron Brooks. And, you know, she was tagged early on as probably the best female aerialist on the planet.
Yep.
Well, she's added power.
Yeah.
She's added consistency. She's added heat IQ. She is definitely on the precipice of taking over the world of women's surfing. And I'm just happy to be alive to be in this time right now, because watching the rise of Aaron Brooks has been really special for our sport.
The smile does say it all. There's just stoke written all over her face to be continuing on. Luca Macinas up again, riding his last wave, I dare say, would be better than his first. Here again. Oh, another beautiful snap out of the top. You saw the board drift underneath his feet, Chris.
Yeah, so Macinas now most likely hunting for a backup because his first wave came through at an 8.10. So, as always, the machine, La Máquina, putting up big numbers. And we see Tudela pretty frothy on the face of this wave, but doesn't seem to really hinder the performances of our surfers who are all so good in any type of surf conditions. That wave itself closed out around him, so nothing there. So as it stands now, with a huge 14.43 total, Luca Macinas representing Team Peru in that top spot with an 8.10 and a 6.33. But Kanoa Igarashi is sitting there holding pocket aces with a 9-point ride. Now he has the luxury to really be patient, to really select his next wave with intent. And we know that he is among the best of the best just in terms of strategy, and you know, he's such a tactician when he's not riding waves. Then you get him on a wave. I mean, he's got perfect skills for waves like we have today.
Yeah, so experienced and has the first priority at this point in time. So Luca Macinas on the replay. Two big turns on the outside, connecting with the lip. All starts with that bottom turn. He gets down low and grabs the rail and drives so powerfully off the bottom. Came through to the inside, completed this one. 4 big turns for the 8.10. Go with the 6.33 on the first wave. Look at this. The carve. You said it. He's a machine of a competitor. Never makes a mistake, or rarely makes a mistake. Wave selection's good. His strategy's good. And You can see how great his surfing on the wave face is.
Now, Luca Messinas has excelled on every tour he's surfed on. And as you can pretty clearly see right now, he's excelling here in our men's main event, round 7, heat 1. Just a few more heats to go after this, so we started our day just a bit delayed, but actually could have helped us because the waves are perfectly groomed out here. The tide is on our side. We've already been through our repechage round 11 for the men, our repechage round 11 for the women, and this is your one and only men's main round 7. After this, more repechage surfing, and then we go to our grand finals, and here he is, Kanoa Igarashi, sitting on a 9-point ride, and it looks like he's going to carry on the momentum he started earlier in this heat. Comes around this section, belts it off the lip. Perfectly executed turn there, showing flash. And right now, quick stall on the tail to wait for this wave to develop. Nice patience for Igarashi. Doing some work, carving through that inside section. He goes down, but wow, what an amazing turn. I mean, straight up into the lip and then whips the tail up, gets a little flow, a little floaty, and nails it perfectly off the landing. So I don't think it's going to be a 9, but I think it's going to be close. That was great surfing.
Yeah, looking for a 5.43, Chris, to go into the lead. I dare say he gets that. Here's Miguel Tudela, his first wave with a nice, clean green face.
Sitting on a 6.17 for now. Gets the combo there. It's just solid, fundamental power surfing right there from Miguel Tudela.
Which way looks more perfect to you, do you think? Like, you're looking at
right.
the right, 100%, right?
Yeah.
That's where I was going, mate. If I'm competing in this heat, I'm going those rights because they look so perfect. The judges want to ride them. We're all excited looking at those rights. You look at the left, you go, well, this is a good one. It's okay. For Luca Messinas, it's on his backhand, and we know that's his preference. Alan Cleland, he needs this wave. He needs to get something going now because he's been out of rhythm with the ocean, still a little bit out of rhythm. He and Miguel Tudela have kind of been fighting against things a little bit, trying to find those scores, while Luca and Kanoa feel like they're just in a flow.
Yeah, I think surfers in white and green are both really honed in on trying to identify a left that's going to give him that one big section. You know, one storyline throughout this entire contest is one huge turn in a critical section of the wave can generate some really big scores from our judges. This is the second scoring wave for Kanoa Igarashi. You said it, Bart, he would need a 5.43 or above. Some great work on the outside. And then right here is kind of just, you know, trying to clean things up, add to his scoreline.
Waiting for it to stand up in front. You saw on the outside, got a nice wrap to start into a lip hit. And there's that lip hit right there. Drifts the tail. Comes down, straight down the wave face. So he's behind the whitewater. That's your best chance of finding a nice steep wall in front of you. But this one, you can see it flattens off. Doesn't give him much more. Kind of just goes into patient mode, waiting for it to stand up, and incomplete right at the very end.
Cleland again, similar looking wave to his previous left-hander. Could have something good on the inside here. It's picking up, it's starting to bowl. Hammers a backside turn. Comes around the section with authority. Another big turn there. What's he got on the finish? Rides out clean. Some aggression on display from a surfer representing Mexico, Alan Cleland Jr. That's going to be his best wave yet. Sitting on a 4.33 and a 2.23 out of this heat for now. That could be a score that is incredibly meaningful, not just to his placing, but to his momentum. We've seen Alan Cleland, once he does one big turn, he's tasted it, right? And you go, oh, I want to eat it. I want to eat it.
I want more.
I want it all.
The
Kanoa
buffet.
Igarashi now drops a number, 6.63. So we've got a flip-flop. Luca Messinas drops to second. Igarashi into that top spot. That's going to make the requirement for everybody at least doubled. Alan Cleland now in a combination situation, needing a 14.43 total. We'll see what his last wave does towards breaking that combo. Tudela needs an 8.26. And this is Messinas now answering back to Kanoa Igarashi's last wave in a huge way. One massive turn. Quick setup through this inside section. Waiting for a little bit of menace for that wave to give him a critical section. Not much on the inside, but the outside turn was a thing of beauty.
It was dynamic. It is becoming a little bit same at this point in the heat, don't you think? We've seen that similar approach, the same thing sort of 3 or 4 times now. At a point, the judges go, okay, we've seen that. We need to see something different. And there was the one the wave looked perfect at the start, didn't it? It looked ideal. Got that first big turn in, really capitalized on the first section. Then things, the tempo kind of, it came down a little bit, softened off a little bit. Got the completion, still looking to improve on the 6.33. There's a chance he does that. Here goes Alan.
Whew. Big slice to start, another big turn for Alan Cleland. You can see the momentum shift in his surfing. He's pushing harder. I would say Alan Cleland is surfing the most radical in this heat, but he hasn't had the quality of waves that Kanoa Igarashi has seen. I would put, Tudela and Messinas kind of in a similar category, both really nice and fluid, but you said it, we're starting to see a little bit of repetition. So for Kanoa Igarashi, hearing this score, he might be wondering if Messinas is going to edge him into second place.
First turn was amazing, and from that moment on, it sort of all went down, tapered off, didn't it? It went downhill in terms of the excitement and the energy in that one. He's been surfing so good, comes from behind the whitewater. First turn is a money turn. And then here, just a cut back, and here we see the whitewater on the face. The wave's a little flatter, does that carve back to the whitewater to be in the power source, gets that foam climb, finishes it up, looking to see if he can improve on the 6.33. Wave before that, 6.20, didn't improve. And we've talked about it all week as we see Alan drive those bottom turns. His bottom turn is a thing of beauty as well.
It's perfect.
Interesting to see him cut out there. I suppose he wanted to stay in front of Luca Messinas in the priority stakes.
6.24 now. Alan Cleland again could have a good section to work with here. Vertical snap with the quickness. Back into his bottom turn. Foam climb. Comes around a frothy section, setting things up towards the inside, building speed. What has he got for us on the finish? Freeze the tail. Always stylish, powerful. A surfer's type of surfer.
Indeed.
You see him surf and you think, I want to surf like Alan Cleland.
And that type of bloke on land, isn't he? He's just a lovely guy, always in good spirits, always up. Dropped a 6.6 on the one before, Chris.
Chipping away.
That's in that matches, or is just that bit better than the 6.33 of Luca Messinas. He's now looking for a 7.84, and Miguel Tutela, the 8.07. So both those guys looking for an excellent ride, but oh so capable of doing it.
Yeah, and for Team Peru, if you're looking at the overall standings, which were updated last night, things are looking good for their potential best finish ever, or best finish in recent history, I should say, currently in second place. And here goes Tudela, pushing his heels into that turn.
He needed to do it, didn't he? He had to, you couldn't leave anything on that wave. So if you fall trying as hard as you possibly can, it's way better than falling being conservative.
And here goes Luca Messinas. So far, relatively mistake-free. Nice snap there. Then he gets radical. Up and into the lip, goes down. Update for Al Cleland. So he now needs a 7.01 if he wants to stay in the main round. His last score came through at a 7.43. So he's backed that up with a 6.60 with 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Igarashi out the back with priority. Miguel Tudela in second priority. We'll see who gets that third slot between Luca Messinas and Alan Cleland.
Interesting to have seen nobody adapt. They hear the scores of Kanoa, a 9 into a 6.63, and you go, well, the waves must be pretty good over there. All three of these America's surfers. Here we go. Kanoa's moved over to the left.
Switching it up, heading left.
He didn't want them to get over to the right. He thought, I'll go join these guys.
He's equally as lethal on his forehand and his backhand. He really is a complete surfer. And in waves of serious consequence, like Tiohopo, he's already had huge results there. Showed us he is unafraid. Let's look at Al Cleland's last big score.
Throws it into the lip. He was late on both of those turns, and you could say they were mistimed, but they just added to how spectacular it was. It was a good thing, not a bad thing, that the timing was a little bit late. That was such a controlled flare of the tail, wasn't it? Almost like a little bit lazy, but just showed such control and calm and poise under pressure. Score for Luca Messinas got a 6.93, so improved on the 6.33 by the 0.6. The ask goes up by 0.6 for Alan Cleland in third to a 7.61. Judges still deliberating his last ride.
Yeah, and I'd say overall this is one of the highest scoring heats we've seen yet. Everybody in the double digits. You got 3 surfers in the teens, and here goes Luca Messinas. At it again, similar size wave to his previous 2. Nice 2-stager to start. Snap there. Wave kind of fizzles out underneath him. He pulls out, and right behind him, his teammate Miguel Tudela streaking down the line. This kid does have a really heavy air game, but again, wave quality not on his side. So our 4th place surfer Miguel Tudela struggling a little bit to find a wave that really allows to show all of his skill set. Currently in 4th place.
I'd love to see him go to the backhand. It's most probably too late now with 2.5 minutes to head over to those rights. I feel like that is a strategy change-up mid-heat. You've tried the lefts. It didn't kind of work. Sometimes you need to try something completely different.
On your feet, surf fans. Here we go. With first priority, it's Alan Cleland on a big set wave, fading back and fading out that wave. I'd say that's a pretty good decision. All shoulder there, so nothing much available for Alan Cleland. But the good news is he may have pulled out just in time to put himself on this one. 3rd wave of the set. Strong opening section to work with here. This wave could be developing into something special through to the inside section. It's building power. One big snap there, waiting for something menacing. Here he is, building up speed. Gets to the inside. A little late there, you could tell his body language was saying, I wanted more, I really wanted
the whole way
something
along
to chew on.
From the first turn, I was like, cut out, mate. Cut out. Do not ride this in. You're not going to improve on what you've already had. You've only got 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Cut out of this wave, get back out the back, and get something of consequence. Riding that wave all the way in might be the end of his heat with the paddle out that he has, the little time left. That was a mistake right there because the momentum was building. He was coming, and we see Luca Messinas start to fall. The pressure was mounting on his shoulders, and that wave there just felt like it took the pressure off a little.
So Igarashi now, surgical strikes already from the way outside. Big finish there for Igarashi. Currently in the lead. His low score is a 6.83, and that right there was just, I mean, stellar backside surfing. Everything was in its proper spot. You see his arms. Everything is just right there. He is just, I mean, he's a surgeon.
Yeah. And so good to see Kanoa Igarashi, World Championship Tour surfer, here showing respect to the Olympic Games, respect to the ISA, putting everything he has into this week, leaving nothing behind, not giving up, quitting. He's just here fighting, not even thinking about next week or the next what's to come. He's just thinking about this moment and living it to the maximum. And we're so impressed by the surfing he's done. Looks like he's going to advance 3 seconds. This one's done.
So it's going to be Igarashi with Luca Messinas moving on into our main round. That means Alan Cleland and Miguel Tudela will be heading to our repechage final. It's all coming to this. Finals are right around the corner, just a few more heats to go. We'll be crowning medalists, we'll be crowning team champions. We have 2 more Olympic slots on the line. Stay tuned. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you know, you really want to put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
It's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to the action. It's a busy day. It's a short day here for finals day of the World Surfing Games. Shannon Hughes alongside Jess Grimwood to call the action. Jess, we've just seen an outstanding heat from Kanoa Igarashi of Japan. Luca Messinas walking through in second for Peru. Al Cleland and Miguel Tudela of Mexico and Peru heading into the Rapid Charge final in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, play on for those two. I don't want to see them out of competition yet, and that's why I love this format so much. I can see their surfing just leveling up a notch with another chance in those Rapid Charges.
Now into our women's main round 7, heat number 1, only heat for the main round 7. Sally Fitzgibbons, Vahine Fierro, Joanne DeFay, and Tatiana Weston-Webb. This is going to be a very exciting matchup for 4 surfers with a lot of experience behind them. Of course, the top 3 with experience being Sally Fitzgibbons, Joanne DeFay, and Tatiana Weston-Webb. Vahine Fierro hasn't quite graduated to that championship tour level qualification, though she's been so close so many times within her life, Jess. But she did receive the news yesterday that she is qualified for Paris 2024, and she will get to compete at home at Teahupo at her home wave.
Do you know what? It's like comes into that vibe and our surfing culture where you go to somebody's local spot and regardless of who they are, there's always that top person in the lineup that they own the spot and they know it so well and they're always the outstanding performers in every swell. How could we go to the Olympics in Tahiti without seeing Vahine surf that spot? She's literally the queen of the barrel there. So for me, it feels like the surf gods have aligned, and I mean, obviously she's done the work and she's run through in the process, and the format has favoured the gods at the moment. To see her as the queen of Teahupo'o at the moment, to be able to perform at that Olympics, I am so excited to watch what she can bring.
25 minutes now on the clock to see if Sally Fitzgibbons can keep herself moving forward to the grand final. She is the winningest surfer in ISA conversation right now in the water. Also within the history of gold medals, she takes the crown. 3 ISA golds to Sally. 2008 was her first win, 2018 and 2021 being her second and third. Joanne DeFay took away the silver medal back in 2017 at the ISA World Surfing Games, but has yet to clinch the gold medal. We could be seeing her do that today as she is unleashing into her second turn. Dynamic, adding variety into each of these forehand maneuvers as she rolls down the line, looks for that closeout finish and puts it together seamlessly.
Yeah, and a lot of respect between these 4 women as well in the water. They're showing respect for each other, for the sport, and for the competition. They just bring that spirit, like you said, specifically for Sally. She's one of those surfers that really fills up the cup of all of the spectators of the sport in a global community. But you saw from her over the last few days that she also thrives and refreshes her froth levels off everybody that supports her. Every event you've ever seen her at, as soon as she gets to those post-heats, she's literally got the whole community of the Groms from every location behind her doing the post-heat interviews with her. So it's a great kind of overall look at where the sport's at, especially in this heat, and the respect that each one of these women athletes bring to it.
Couldn't be said any better about Sally Fitzgibbons. It's so fun to watch her. Some of those venues that, surfers are competing in on the Challenger Series at the moment, the Gold Coast where they got to do the run around at Snapper. Sally on the run around always has a trail of Groms that are wearing cute little pink and blue jerseys that have her name, Fitzgibbons, on the back of them.
If it was allowed, she would crowd surf her way back up that run around for sure.
Oh, that'd be so good. Now Vahine on an absolute streak this week. It's been incredible to watch her performances. Nice backhand attack to start things off. Went 12 o'clock on the first turn. Big carve for the second. Now setting herself up for this inside finish. Keeping things nice and easy as she looks for maybe one more tap. She'll kick out just before her fins would maybe knock the rocks.
It seems to be really shifting right now. I feel like there's a little pulse in the swell. The wind's kind of swinging around. So we saw in that last heat even the guys switching over to the lefts and finding some incredible numbers. Obviously, Kanoa was a standout on the rights. But this is a real shifting point. Again, we're going to have these moments throughout finals day where we see the adaptation. That's the best quality that they can have at the moment in these in these heats and for the rest of this 20 minutes for this round 7 heat. If they adapt to these conditions. Here goes Tati.
Tati now up and riding. Nice snap to start on her backhand. Sets it up for a second wrap back into the section. Looking now for something critical as she comes towards the finish, gaining a little bit of her own speed and momentum. Puts the power on for that end section. And with 20 minutes on the clock, we'll wait for scores to filter through. First of Ahine, a 4.33, still waiting for first of DeFay, and now first of Weston-Webb. Let's go down to the beach, catch up with Mitch Salazar and Kanoa Igarashi.
The defending ISA gold medalist here at La Bocana and Kanoa. You won last year in Huntington Beach, but right before you paddled out, you officially qualified for Paris 2024. Did that add any extra motivation paddling out to that heat?
Yeah, obviously it was in the back of my head, but I mean, I was thinking about it yesterday, but then when I woke up today, I wasn't really thinking about it. But then, yeah, I got here, and they gave me the news, and as soon as I saw Fernando, I understood what it was, and yeah, what a crazy feeling. I accepted the award, and I looked over, and they're like, oh, there's 7 minutes left. Oh my God, I was still like gonna warm up and get ready, but yeah, time just kind of flew by, and all of a sudden I was in the water. So yeah, it ended up working out.
How do you personally define success?
Yeah, if my parents are proud and my friends are proud around me, that's successful for me.
Okay, what about the next year? You're looking to go back-to-back with gold medals here at the ISA Games. You think you got what it takes?
I think so. I mean, yeah, I had a pretty good total just then. Hopefully I can do something similar. I mean, the waves are so fun. So it's, I mean, naturally as a surfer, you get a good wave, you're going to try and surf it as best as you can. And yeah, for me, luckily, I maybe the 2 best waves of the heat. And yeah, one right, one left. Hopefully the wind stays down and the finals will be good.
What do you got to say to the people of Japan?
そうですね。またファイナルに来たことで、このままやっぱり続いてやっぱり最後の残った日本人ということで、やっぱりそのプレッシャーもちゃんとエネルギーに変えて、みんなの応援の力を使ってこの最後に100% の力を出るように頑張ります。
Gracias, Kanoa. Mucha suerte.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Kanoa. Quick turnaround from receiving that golden ticket to Paris and then having 7 minutes to paddle out and walk away with one of the highest heat totals we've seen throughout the event this week.
Yeah, and just to hear that he's such a team's player as well, I love that. I love hearing what goes into it behind for the Japanese team.
We are here in Surf City, El Salvador. A lot of rain came through this morning. We had to go on a couple of holds because there was some lightning strikes and thunder was rumbling, but I think it just got the energy going on the ground. Sally Fitzgibbon's now up and riding on her opening ride. We've got scores in for the rest of the field, and she can't quite make it around that big wall of white water behind. Scores in for first of Weston-Webb. For Tatiana, a 7.77 for the 2-time ISA junior gold medalist. She took away the U18 golds in both 2013 and 2014, representing Hawaii. And then in more recent years has decided to fly the Brazilian flag as we take a look at the replay for the 717 of Joanne DeFay.
Yeah, opening, nice maneuver, gets super critical there. Nice snap right high and tight in the pocket. Sets up this inside bit of work as well. 2-turn combo to finish off. A little late to the foam there. That causes her to go down. But that earlier work done on this wave is the criticalness. Nice kind of down the face, trademark Joanne carve. Gets a bit more critical and gets a bit more tail release as she pushes through that second turn. This is a bit of a setup. Maybe 2-staged it. Kind of gets caught off time, but it's still going to be a good score for her.
And the 717 of Weston-Webb?
Oh, yeah, pretty much. The strength of that is off that opening maneuver. She just drops straight into it, times that bottom turn. You can see where her front foot's placed as well. Just a little offset of the stringer just gives her this wind-up ability. She's able to just push so hard off that heel side rail, almost grabs the rail too with her outside arm and just loads up. She's such a powerful surfer. We love seeing this backhand, and that's why, on the strength of pretty much 2 turns, that last turn too, that wasn't even the critical section. It was such a flat, foamy section, and she's able to find a 7.77. She's looking really, really solid and really focused at this point of competition.
And a paddle now for Joanne, looking to back up the 7.17 that she started with. Top 2 surfers will be heading straight to the main final. Bottom 2 will have a repechage round to fight through, as DeFay gets so much work done on those outside sections.
And we're getting to know their strategy out there now by this time in competition. I mean, we've seen multiple heats being surfed from all of the athletes now. And you can tell when Joanne takes off, you know what her process is, you know how she's going to set up that maneuver, and she's been rewarded for it with those 7s. So that opening carve down into that first kind of real pocket is how she's setting up her attack to get to the finals.
Taking a look now at Vahine, uses priority on this wave, looking to improve on the 4.33. Nice tag to the section to finish off with, after getting a little bit done before that as well. Only needs a 3.45 at the moment, but we know there's another score to come through for, that last score is in for DeFay, the 6-point ride. She overtakes the lead from Tatiana Weston-Webb, and so that 3.45 remains the requirement for Vahine.
Yeah, and Sally's been kind of quiet in the opening exchanges of this heat as well, and she's got second priority. So maybe that first one where she got caught behind has kind of put her out of the rhythm of those first 2 sets in the first, almost first half now of this heat. But she only needs a 7.17. She's found that scoring potential on the left, Shannon. She's easily matching it with Joanne's style of surfing too. I think they have that similar approach where they have the carve down setup, that top to bottom kind of in the pocket snap maneuver, and then that critical end section is well and truly in her game plan too.
Going to be exciting to see what happens in the next 13 minutes. Scores in for Vahine, a 5.17, builds on her scoreline. She's now chasing an 8 to take first, but she jumps into second over Tatiana. Tati chasing just a 1.73 to put herself back into that advancing top 2 position to the main final. Bottom 2 heading into repechage round. As we see some great waves that we can do a little mind surfing on today. Seen a few like this roll through, going unridden and empty all the way down.
That was almost a little paddle too from Sally. You can see the beautiful lineup. Look at that thing just reeling off way up the point in front of them. Tati having a look at this with priority.
Oh, takes off super deep, prone position, like under the lip. You could nearly see her getting barreled off the takeoff. She won't be able to make it around the section or pop up to her feet. Sally was eyeing that one off too, but could see that Tati had flipped to go.
Okay, it plays well into Sally's hand right there, that exchange too. And at this point in the heat, no one's safe. So playing priority, I mean, Tati, for her, that last wave was probably looking to be an 8. It was a bigger wave. It looked like it hit the bank it hit the lineup really, really well. Keeping everybody else off it is the only thing that she can take out of that mistake and that takeoff. For Sally, there's an opening now. And with 11 and a bit minutes in the heat, she has to get those 2 7s if she wants to take it to people like Joanne and Vahine.
Brazil with huge support behind Tatiana Weston-Webb this week. It's been exciting to see the run. We had Silvana Lima still in the mix in competition yesterday. We had Luana Silva on the women's side. And one of the strongest teams, I think, that the Brazilian crew has fielded for women's surfing specifically. Of course, we often see, world champions on the draw on the men's side for Team Brazil, as we saw with Felipe Toledo and Gabriel Medina and the wonder child, Wałchanka. Huge airdrop for Tatiana. She's charging those sections. That last wave before would have been a really hard takeoff as well that she was prone on. This one she survives. Now she's up into the lip. You can see that wind is really starting to kick up as well as she's just flying down the line. Backhand attack being super sharp. The judges have been highly rewarding that backhand surfing throughout the week, whether it's on the lefts or the rights. The critical nature of that pocket surfing on the backhand has been untapped.
How psycho was that takeoff too? She pretty much got thrown into that wave. Here goes Joanne.
Joanne now on her forehand, bumpy section. A lot of chatter on the face of those waves now in comparison to the first few that we saw within this heat specifically. Setting herself up now. She's been riding some bigger equipment through yesterday than what we're typically seeing her paddle out on. Up into the lip, and she'll make the finish as well. So with those exchanges, it is going to be very challenging now for Sally Fitzgibbons, sitting without a score on the board, to get herself back into that advancing position, I feel.
Yeah, 10 minutes on the clock, she's going to be comboed at this stage, which is a very strange position for Team Australia and for Sally to find themselves in. But if you know anything about Sally's history and the years that she's spent in the jersey and competition, you know that she's been through these scenarios multiple times before as a junior, as a Grom surfing in Australia, surfing across the Pro Junior Series, and then graduating as the youngest surfer to ever sew up the qualification for the QS in Australia early on in the season. So there's been multiple times she's been in this position, no doubt, in her career. But with 9 minutes, or just over 9 minutes, she needs to find 2 excellent scores, because there's some big numbers coming for last Joanne. Critical big section at the end. And I'm interested to see where Tatiana falls into the mix too. That was some solid surfing from her.
Tatiana drops in. A 6.33 takes the lead away from DeFay. Now if DeFay drops a score higher than a 6.94, she'll be back into first. But that does now change the situation on requirements, even as we're waiting for the last of our second place surfer, Joanne. So third place now chasing at least an 8. And our fourth place surfer, Sally Fitzgibbons, in a combination situation, Jess, which means that chasing down that 13.17 requirement that we can see on the scoreboard, she needs 2 scores on the board, because the max score you can get for a single wave is just a 10-point ride.
Yeah, but it's not over. Obviously, we're in the main round, heat 1 of round 7. So third and fourth will go back into the last repechage option. So, I mean, that's not where you want to end up, but there is still the option. We just saw Alan Cleland being relegated to the repechage. Here goes Sally.
3-time ISA gold medalist, now up and riding on her first wave. She's got a 0.67, but we won't count that. Drives through the first turn. Sets the line here up into the second. Dynamic, throws a lot of spray off the lip. Driving through for that variety, great roundhouse cutback as she finds that flow running down the line. Looking like a point break here as she comes in for the finishing section. Drifts the fins, but can't hold on to it.
Yeah, that's hard to watch right at the end section, where it's beautiful setup. Like we said, similar to Joanne's approach to surfing this right hand at La Bocana. She has that carve down. She comes through for that second more critical maneuver, higher and tighter in the pocket, which then sets her up for that series of cutback rebound maneuvers. They put her in the right position at the end, put the finishing touches on that wave, and she throws. She knows that she's in this combo, so she, I think, puts some more energy into it and puts a bit of flair, and unfortunately she loses control over her fins.
All right, talk us through this one again. You just gave us a great description of it, mind surfing your way through.
Yeah,
now you get to actually watch it again.
Yeah, I'm in full body motion, much like Barton Lynch in the booth, and she wraps through that series of cutbacks and she rebounds, which sets her up for the inside. Knowing she needs more, she pushes harder, throws the tail, tries to throw the fins, but gets caught and goes down.
Taking a look here at the last wave of green, Joanne DeFay, still waiting for a score to drop. Bumpy wave in front of her.
Yeah, it's a huge one, and it's rolled away from the bank until this inside, which she's identified, and it sets up as it starts to roll through. This is the section that we saw Kanoa get those huge scores on. That's a big last turn for her as well.
And the airdrop from Weston-Webb falls through as a 6.33, has her currently sitting in the lead.
And she is a radical surfer. Like, beautiful backhand surfing. The points are all from the end of the wave, and it just tells how deeply she is committed to going upside down here on the backhand. I remember back to her grommet days and surfing with her when she was so young, coming through the ranks of professional surfing. Look at the commitment. She had to throw herself over that lump of water and airdrop. That's probably like jumping off a 2-story balcony on a house, really, and into a pool, but having to land on your toes on a moving object. So It's athleticism at its best.
Vahine now with a chance. She's been quiet for a little while, chasing an 8-1-3, and wave selection is what she's waited for. Nice 2-turn combo to start it off. She'll have to kick out without getting that run down the way. Quality of maneuvers being better than quantity of maneuvers, of course, we've been talking about, but an 8-1-3 would be the highest score of the heat so far.
Yeah, great attack. She's going to get a really good score for it. You can see there, 5.73. More critical, exactly what you said, Shannon, quality over quantity. If she gets 2 turns, she's back in the second.
All right, so situation has updated across the board. All scores are in as we hit the 5-minute mark. Now, last of Sally Fitzgibbons is 6.5, puts her back in the conversation. Joanne DeFay narrowly increases her heat total with a 6.13 over her 6-point ride for the backup to the 7.17. So DeFay remains in second, and now the requirements, a 7.57 for Vahine Fierro, which is actually higher as her sitting in 3rd place position. Then our 4th place surfer, Sally Fitzgibbons, chasing a 6.81 now to take away that advancing position straight into the grand final.
Yeah, watch out. But if you think about it, think about what Sally had to do work-wise and work rate on her 6.5 and what Vahine had to do on her 5.73. So you can get a feel for what is happening in the lineup. Sally is charging for these moments. She gets ready. Vahine has first priority, though. I don't feel like Joanne or Tati are safe. I mean, in regards to potential qualification spots or provisionally qualified versus, Olympians and qualified. For the French women, it's fine. It's not about that anymore for them. It's about trying to skip that repechage round and find themselves straight in through the main round. They don't want to have to waste energy. They want to contain and conserve to explode in the final.
That's right, and having that Olympic conversation on the women's side, Tatiana Weston-Webb and Joanne DeFay were already qualified prior to this event kicking off because of their results on the WSL Championship Tour for this season, where for the 2023 rankings, we'll be taking the top 8 eligible women off of the CT, which is where our U.S. surfers will qualify for the women's side. We'll get 2 surfers for USA, 2 surfers for Australia in the mix. We've already got Tatiana and Joanne. We have Brisa Hennessy of Costa Rica and Teresa Bonvalo of Portugal, who have also already clinched their qualification for Paris 2024 on that side of things. In the water right now, though, Vahine Fierro of France just received the news. She had to surf her way through for that qualification. As we take a look at that great graphic, taking a look at the 7 out of 8 surfers that have already gained that, Vahine being the last of the women's run to gain her qualification for the European continent, and now just waiting to see which man will take that spot. Now, the following heat right after this could be that deciding factor. It could be pushed all the way into the final, which is exciting as well. But there's only 2 left in the running. Kaoli Vast of France and Gonzalo Gutierrez of Spain. Whichever of those 2 men places higher at this event, whether it's advancement through and one loses out, or if it's 1st and 2nd place, gold and silver medal, the highest ranked of those 2 will be heading to Paris 2024.
Oh, and what a story to unfold too. I mean, the differences in those 2's career in itself is enough. Gonzalo, he spoke about earlier, taking down some of his heroes of the sport in those earlier rounds. And then we've got Carly, obviously similar to Vahine, that whole story, a full waterman, his spot over there, the Olympics is going into his home break. It has to give you goosebumps. That's a crazy story within this story that's happening. But at the moment, Sally needs to get her story happening because she needs a 6.81.
Requirements have increased just narrowly, a 6.81 on the board for Sally Fitzgibbons. Vahine chasing a 7.57, and Sally is going to have a chance on this one. Under 2nd priority, has a paddle, unable to get into it.
Yeah, Vahine identified she couldn't see Sally finding the score on that, and she knows she needs the number 2, a 7.57. So 1 minute 20 seconds.
And for Vahine, her score being significantly higher, closer to that 8-point range, the excellent range that it is, just sitting in the good range, close to the 6 for what Fitzgibbons needs. The ocean's quiet now. We've got 1 minute on the clock, and it's going to take some great surfing to be able to see a situation change in the remaining 60 seconds of this heat. Will there be an opportunity with waves, though? We can see Joanne DeFay paddling back into screen. She's into 2nd priority as Sally drops into 3rd with that last paddle and unable to get into it. And we can see those missed opportunities. Sally Fitzgibbons had that one big takeoff, but was unable to make it around the section. How deep was she on that first wave she went for?
Yeah, and she just kind of got caught out, whereas you compare it to Tatiana's commitment and hucking herself over those ledges and lumps of water, and it's put her in this commanding position. I think she's safe. It's this last exchange. I don't think they're going to get a chance with 20 seconds. It's one of those strange moments at La Bocana where we've had a little bit of silence from the energy in the ocean, and it has been non-stop though throughout the week. So lucky enough for Joanne Taddy, it's quiet right now.
And for Team France, currently they are sitting in the leading position on the team's rankings. They will have one surfer, Joanne Defay, advancing through into the grand final out of this heat, as well as Tatiana Weston-Webb taking the win. Brazil so excited to have a finalist. And for Tati, she'll be walking away a medalist at the World Surfing Games. To back up the junior gold she already has, Vahine and Sally will battle it out through the rapid charge round in just a moment. But coming up next, Kaoli Vast and Gonzalo Gutierrez continuing the fight for the last European qualification spot for Paris 2024.
The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers.
Goes for the huge
goodness.
corrupt flip.
Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. Two big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
Surf fans, prepare yourself for a major moment in the sport of surfing. This is the repechage final here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We're going to start it off with Al Cleland Jr.
Wow.
A massive combination of maneuvers there. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. Repechage final. That means two of our surfers in the lineup right now will be in our grand final, the main event final where medals are won. Right now, it's the last opportunity for one of these four surfers to advance through. For Alan Cleland, Kaoli Vast, and Gonzalo Gutierrez, we're talking Olympic ramifications. Every point, every turn, every way is going to count. We have one more Olympic spot available here at the ISA World Surfing Games. 25 minutes on the clock and a major wipeout for Gonzalo Gutierrez. We'll keep our eyes on him. He put his hand up, signifying hopefully that he's all right. He's back on his board, straight back out there. Tough human being right there. But what a start for Al Cleland Jr. Kind of lost a little bit of his step in the last heat. Started to get things going towards the end. Unable to capitalize on the momentum he built then. But did he pack it up and bring it with him into the repechage final, Bart?
It looks like he certainly did. He learnt the lessons. The lesson was get an early start. It has been the recipe all week. It always is the recipe. You wouldn't deliberately have a slow start. He had a slow start in his last heat. He's learnt those lessons. That's going to be a big score. I think that was a critical final turn. We've seen 9s and 8s excellent scores for one turn. That could be somewhere up near there because it was so critical.
Double overhead wave, at least for Alan Cleland. And he's going to be looking at a big number. That is exactly how you want to start one of the most important heats of your career. Alan Cleland Jr. 9-1-7. Boom, here we go. Team Mexico has to be feeling good. The performance of their young surfer. And here goes surfer in blue, Miguel Tudela. Wild face on a huge wave in front of him. He gets around the section. Snap to airdrop. Take the elevator down. All the way through to the inside.
Oh ho.
And a lot of action around him, engulfing him towards the end of that wave, but did some big turns down the line there on a really critical wave, a different kind of critical, right? Foam and speed, and it's pushing him down the line. And he just got the news that one of his competitors dropped a near excellent score, so a lot to unpack before even starting to paddle for that wave. But that will be a solid number. The first wave comes through from Gonzalo Gutierrez, a 3.67. Do these surfers know, Barton? Do they know what's on the line? Do they know what's at stake before they paddle out into this repechage final?
100% they do. Let's watch this one. Massive, big closeout turn. You know, you look at that, it was critically done. We'll watch it here, front on. Judge's angle. Gets a nice, basic snap, but then flies into a giant section. Double overhead or more. Critical late lip line float. Massive score. He'll be super happy with that. We've seen him do that type of surfing all week. He has been one of the very best informed surfers of the whole time. To see that 917, no surprises. The other thing we mentioned in the last heat when we were watching Miguel Tudela was that he was on his forehand the whole heat looking for the left-handers. And I did say I'd like to see him go to the right and mix it up. No, I'm not surprised to see him first wave 5.83. The surfing was most probably better than that. Here it is. Beautiful right-hand, backhand approach. I was happy to see him go there and do that because I think there's easier points for the Peruvian over there.
How does he even stay on the face of this wave with all the chatter and the foam coming up underneath him?
He just stays patient and picks his moment. You can see it start to clean up that little bit. He's still waiting because there were sections there, but I don't know that you could have hit them and completed it. They were most probably Hail Marys that might have ended in disaster. He knew he picked his time beautifully, got off the top there cleanly, and you see there's two top turns where both of them he's fallen out of the lip. The hands have gone into the air to balance himself. Look at him lay that bottom turn over in a soupy white watery face and a beautiful carve out of the top. 5.83. In my mind, it could have gone a little bit higher just because maybe I just wanted to see it. When I saw it, I was excited. Maybe it was the incompletion that brought that score down. A completion there, I bet it was a 7-point ride.
Yeah, I mean, explosions all around him as he went into his final turn right there. It's a hectic inside section to even tussle with. But Miguel Tudela is officially on the board with a 5.83. Caule Vast currently in second priority, meaning he has second choice of waves that come through this lineup. He's just got a 0.50, so that's basically he paddled for a wave, maybe stood up just real quick and pulled right out, or straightened out, jumped off his board. Either way, that's definitely not going to do anything to help his cause of getting into the grand final. One heat away from potential Olympic glory. Thankfully, they can't hear us in the lineup, so the pressure that we're conveying to the world is not affecting them from us, but the pressure's involved, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're competing for yourself, you're competing for your family, your team, your nation. This is laying the groundwork for what could be the biggest moment of your life.
Yep.
And winning an ISA medal, that right there, that'll put you in the history books as well. 17:23 now on the clock, and we're gonna see French surfer out of Tahiti, Caule Vast now on his forehand. He's done a lot of damage going backside, and this wave, that is by no means a Chiopo-esque type of left-hander. Not a lot of excitement allowed. Small dance floor, no big moves there.
Complicated wave to ride too with the wind ribs, but you see the set on the outside. He needed to go that one and kind of clear himself, but here's his opponent in that man-on-man part of this heat going for the Olympic qualification. for the
turns.
European continent.
Yeah, 2 turns so far. Only 1 spot left. And it would be for the European region, so that just means that Gutierrez and Caldivas now are basically, you know, fighting it out mano y mano for that last spot for Olympic qualification for Alan Cleland. And we'll see what a win here would do for his hopes. He's definitely going to be competing in the Pan American Games, another route you can take to Paris 2024. The next heat is coming up.
Oh, it's stacked, mate.
Oh,
Look at the names in
Fierro,
that.
Sally Fitzgibbons, Aaron Brooks, Sophie McCullough go out there. Every heat's been a final since 4 days ago.
Yeah.
So it's only fitting that finals day, let's just call them super finals. These are international super heats, to say the least.
No question about it. Waiting on the scores, a 2.67 drop for Alan Cleland. Second, well, he'll be improving on that in no time. Still 15 and 30 on the clock, so plenty of time. Some nerves early. I feel the nerves between Kaoli and Gonzalo. They both looked a little bit kind of, the waves that they caught actually looked complicated to ride, that compounded on top of the nerves that they bring in and the fatigue from 8 days of competition, day in, day out in the heat of El Salvador. It's hot on the land, it's even hotter in the water, and that's how you communicate with us.
Just throw it out there. Who's going to win the gold medal in just about 40 minutes? Who will be crowned ISA World Champions? And there's Al Cleland Jr. Shout out to your shaper. Always, always shout out your shaper. T. Patterson Surfboards out of San Clemente, California. Obviously, you know, you see when surfers find their match in terms of the boards they're riding. Al Cleland Jr. has found his match. You know, we saw it with Italo Ferreira representing T. Patterson Surfboards all the way to Olympic gold. And we could see that same scenario start to develop if Al Cleland Jr. goes on a tear for the next year and a half. And here he is again, a medium-sized wave here, but he has been making mincemeat out of these medium left-handers. Another big snap there, driving down the line, flying into the last section.
Hello.
It's a 3-turn combo. Spicy caliente there.
Yeah.
Viva Mexico. Al Cleland Jr. now with a strong chance at a good backup score. He's trying to get rid of a 2.67.
Bye-bye. That thing's well and truly gone, Chris. No question about it. Those 3 turns, seamless. Wasn't the biggest, most beautiful wave we've seen, but the work was as good as any work we've seen. Mexico was in 8th place as a country before the start of today, and this guy, Alan's still flying the flag and helping them to get further up. Here we go, Peru.
Tudela
Oh, what?
somehow rides out of it, so
He had no right to make that, did he? That
no.
was discombobulated at best and somehow stayed on his surfboard.
That's just calm under duress. Probably living in slow motion towards the end of that wave going, you're not falling. You are not falling.
Not now, not today, not in this moment.
I love the fortitude. Even the subtle fortitude that we see from these surfers, just like that. You know, that was a forgettable split second of this heat, but in his mind, that's a win. He stayed on his feet through a wild situation. And here we see a replay of Al Cleland's last wave. Did he better a 2.67?
Tight in the pocket, critical. You can see where he's doing those turns at the perfect place. 3 of them in a row, seamlessly from one into the next, into the next. The judges love when it's seamless. Drives down. Here it is. Bang. This is when the points start calculating. 3 points, 6 points, you know. They start adding up turn by turn. Judges will be deliberating that. Here's this. Let's watch this. This is going to be interesting. Nice first turn. Falls late. And then he actually thought about diving off the rail and pulling through the back of the closeout. And then he thought, no, let's try and make this. Turn it into something. This is an important moment. Somehow he did. It was quite incredible.
It's going to be an interesting call from the judges because that second move was not really a
move.
A move.
It was some kind of...
It was cool looking. It was weird. We liked it, and if we like it, generally that translates into the judges liking it. We're all surfers here. It's just their they're a little bit more critical, as they should be. We're just enjoying the show.
We sit here and talk, and they sit up there in silence, dead silence, very serious situation. It's an important, it was an important wave. We now see our Europeans duking it out, so to speak, for that European continent Olympic spot in 3rd and 4th, both of them. So
awesome to see our teams now co-mingling. You know, at this point, only a handful of nations left still competing in this contest, but that doesn't mean our boardwalk doesn't look like the united colors of Benetton. We've got so many teams down here gathering together. Some of them are a little bit stressed. Some of them are just stoked to be back here on the boardwalk at Surf City, El Salvador. I saw our friend Afrodun representing Team Afghanistan. I mean, he's been right there watching every heat. He is really doing a lot to help with the development of surfing wherever he goes, really.
Totally.
You know, he's that type of ambassador for our sport. And, you know, we've got just the best crew, 300 plus surfers. You put another 300 plus coaches and trainers and parents, and then an army of production people down here. So everybody right now working towards a unified goal of crowning medalists, qualifying Olympians, and providing stoke and inspiration to all of you out there watching. I think we've done a pretty good job at that. Well, the surfers, they really did most of the work.
I think it's a team effort, mate. You know, they say it takes a family, and this event has that family atmosphere. Everyone comes together on an annual basis to put on this celebration of surfing. And let's celebrate the 7.83 that just dropped, as Miguel Tudela signals he wants information. He wants to know what the points are so far. He got a 4.27 on that interesting ride, the last one. So has him in second place solidly. Only 4s needed for Gonzalo Guterres from Spain, and Carly Vast needs that 5.28. So neither Gonzalo or Cowley, who have been coming out of the blocks firing and have not shown, they haven't tripped up once at any stage to get to this point.
Yeah, then this is not when you want to do that.
Exactly.
So we have 9:23 on the clock.
Well, I suppose we are in the repechage round, so they have kind of tripped up once. You don't want to do it twice, would be the point, wouldn't it?
As we see Alan Cleland now taking off. He just got the news that his second scoring wave was another huge number, a 7.83. He comes through the inside section. This wave building up around him. Momentum swing heavily leaning towards Alan Cleland. So he pulls out of that wave. He turns around to see Cali Voss, really his first wave ridden in this heat. He did get a 4.83, but that's not a score he's going to want to hang on to. This is more like it for a young French surfer out of Tahiti, French Polynesia. Can he ride out, stay on his feet? Gets engulfed by the whitewater scope. Can't get the finish. We're going to let those scores be analyzed by our judges. While we have that, we're going to throw it down to Jess standing by with Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Thank you, guys. Tati, we were just having a quick chat, talking about Alan surfing particularly. Obviously, congratulations to you, but talk to us about what you saw in the water from that angle.
Yeah, I was finally back at the peak and turned over, and there was a sick left, and there was a left about, I don't know, like a lip about, 6 foot tall, and Alan just went upside down and hit it like it was nothing. It was like really impressive to see from the water angle. I only imagine, I don't even know what the score was, but it should have been a 9.
I think it was. I think it was right up there in the 9s. For you, we saw one of those moments in your heat as well, that really committed moment on the right where you pretty much stopped paddling and let the wave throw you two or three stories down the face.
That wasn't the plan. The plan was to paddle early into the waves, but it happened to me once or twice. Hi, little bug. Maybe I'm bringing him some happiness. Just kind of super stoked I made that drop because that was the wave that put me through, and it was a really hard heat. It was, some nuts girls, and I respect all of them a lot, so I was like really wanting to make that heat.
Well, you made it in very good style. You've got still one more heat left ahead of you to find those medals and to find that gold. Putting out a good vibe, obviously. You're attracting everything around you this event. What's it going to take to be up there in that number 1 spot by the end?
Yeah, I'd say just 2 good waves and some smart heat surfing, and that's about it.
Beautiful. Simplicity is the best. Congratulations. Good luck moving on through, Tatiana.
See you guys.
Thank you so much.
T-double-dub right there. An absolute Terminator in the lineup, but you can tell she's feeling light. She's feeling happy on the beach. That's a great equation for success. We've seen it happen time and time again. In the lineup as we speak, Al Cleland is having the heat. Well, I would say the heat of his life, but he's had about 15 of those throughout this event, so he's having just another Al Cleland Jr. style heat, dominating so far with a 9.17 and a 7.83. And here we go now, trying to stay aligned with the blistering pace set by Al Cleland Jr. is Miguel Tudela. 2 fading turns down the line, adds a third, blows the tail. Nice and controlled for Miguel Tudela. So he's just sitting on 2 mid-sized numbers, a 5.83 and a 4.27. He's looking for something above a 4.73. I think we look back kind of in the annals of this heat. That will definitely help him improve his scoreline. Currently in third. Callie Vast now. We've poked the bear. He's woken up. 5.73 to start. He pairs that with a 4.83. Now the surfer out of Team France is slightly starting to pick things up and edge away. The bad news for Callie Vast is Gonzalo's high score, which is a 6.10.
Exactly. Just looking for the second as we see the replay here, waiting on the scores to drop. Is this a 4.73? So call it a 5-point ride. It's got to be. Great last turn. First couple of turns were okay, but the lip wasn't sort of vertical and steep. It was kind of just waiting for that on the inside. He maximised the inside. I feel like it's going to be a 5. It could definitely go to that point. Put him back into second. Callie Vast got the 5.73 on the last one. He's up and riding again.
Yeah,
oh, no.
And late to the party. Head over heels. He goes into the white water, grabs his board, turns around to see his main competition. Gutierrez throws a hammer on his backhand, but the wave completely disappears underneath him. We're talking phantom. That wave was gone. Nothing available for him after that opening turn.
And for the people that don't surf that much, when the wave's coming at you, you're looking at the length of that wave, the breadth of it, looking at what the wall has. If it's really tall in the wall, it may close out. That one would have looked really tapered because it didn't have a lot of wall. And wave selection is all important. The more wall, the more canvas, the better the painting job you can do on that wave. Still waiting on those scores for Miguel.
We're waiting for new priority order to be allocated. We have priority judges on the highest level watching these surfers, giving out the order as Tudela staying active, staying alive, coming through to this inside section, trying for the finish, fighting, getting his toes deep into his board. Another passionate exclamation point at the end of that wave. Quick double-fisted.
Double fist, that's twice now.
Show of elation. I'm fine with it. Celebrate.
Celebrate,
Surfing, have
mate.
a good time, right?
We call it a claim in surfing when you claim the ride with some theatrics. Sometimes the judges like that.
Gonzalo
Sometimes they
Gutierrez.
feel like you're trying to sell them something. Here we go.
So 2.
Oh! Critical fall. Look, he's got the wave that's better than anything Carly's had to revisit that concept of these two battling it out right now for the Olympic continent qualification slot. And Gonzalo has got the best wave so far, but he needs a second, and so far he's had 2 attempts and hasn't been able to complete it.
It pains me to say, but we could be seeing signs of Gonzalo cracking under the pressure, which you can't blame him. You can't, you can't fault him for that, because this really is the biggest heat of his career up to this point. He is a Spanish national champion, so he's had huge wins already behind him, and he's made it this far.
Yeah.
The heat before the finals, I mean, that is an incredible accomplishment. And the good news is for Gonzalo Gutierrez, he does have 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. We know how good he is at surfing. We know his brute strength. He could provide a huge score just with one big turn. Don't count him out just yet. 2 minutes 15. Al Cleland now out the back, sitting in that top priority spot with a huge number. 17-point total would have gotten him through any heat in this contest.
Second place, Miguel Tudela just dropped 2 of his highest scoring rides back-to-back, a 6.23, a 6.83. Means for Kaoli Vast to advance, he needs a 7.33. For Gonzalo, because he's got a better single ride, he needs a 6.96. But really, it's not about advancement at this point for these two. Whoever finishes ahead of the other will be booking a spot for the Olympic Games. Massive moment in both these kids' careers. There's Gonzalo paddling.
So he's trying to get away from the 3 surfers in the lineup to give himself a little bit of room to work with. There you see a huge set rolling through. Looks like about 6 or 8 waves pumping through this lineup. Cleland up and out, 123. That shifts priority just a bit. Gonzalo still fighting his way to get back into the takeoff zone with a minute 17. Now all of our surfers getting absolutely bulldozed. Labo Kana reminding us that this wave packs a punch.
And Kaoli Vast has got the first priority, so he's got priority over. This is the perfect thing that could happen for Kaoli.
Well, you know who's got the very first priority?
Yeah, the ocean. Yeah.
The ocean right now is dictating how this heat finishes.
Kaoli's in 3rd place in the heat with the first priority. 4th place is Gonzalo. He's in 4th priority. So this set washing them through is just burning time off the clock, not giving Gonzalo an opportunity to ride another wave. And before the set hit, I saw Kaoli just sort of prowling by Gonzalo, making sure he was caught inside. And this is exactly, if you're Kaoli Vast, you are so grateful for this set.
This would be the best 3rd place loss, basically.
Your life, yes.
This would be the best 3rd place finish of Kaoli Vast's entire life, 21 years old, 15 seconds on the clock. Our surfers have no other option than just to turn around and come in. You're not making it back out in time. I mean, it would take anybody 10 minutes to get back out there. Cleland Jr. triumphant in his victory. He will now be in the main event final. Miguel Tudela may have snuck by in 2nd place into the grand final as well. And we could be now getting another huge announcement. You see Team Mexico's flag flying high and proud as Kaoli Vast makes his way to the beach. So remember, at the beginning of this heat, we were talking Kaoli Vast and Gonzalo Gutierrez. Whoever finishes the highest out of these 2 surfers potentially getting Olympic qualification. We always like to wait for the official call. Of course, we don't make any guesses in here, but I think that right there tells us the story. We could be seeing history, and we are witnessing history. French surfer out of Tahiti, going to be surfing in Paris 2024 at Chihopo. He is one of the best surfers out there at the moment on the planet. Watch out, world. Kaoli Vast is coming.
And the best female surfer out there, Tahitian representing France, the exact same scenario as Kaoli Vast, this young man on the screen. Vahini Fierro, she booked her spot as well. The locals are very stoked.
Well, we've got more coming. Grand finals around the corner. One more women's repechage heat, and we'll be fielding our finalists. Don't go anywhere. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. It's finals day.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Well, exciting times here at the World Surfing Games. Cleland just took out an incredible heat. Mitch Salazar, from your words, a very perfect heat for Mexican.
That there's been a Mexican making the final here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Johnny Corzo made history by being the first ISA gold medalist in 2017. for Team Mexico, and now they have another shot without Cleland Jr. Big heat right now, though.
Vahine Fierro of France, Sally Fitzgibbons of Australia, Erin Brooks of Canada, and Sophie McCulloch, another Aussie in the lineup. We got the 3-time gold medalist for the ISA World Surfing Games in Sally Fitzgibbons. We got a junior gold medalist in Erin Brooks, who took that win right here last year for the Junior World Championships of the ISA. Vahine Fierro, a WSL World Champion. We've got a lot of things going on behind the scenes for these women in their careers. Sophie McCulloch just fresh off of her rookie season on the championship tour as well. So exciting times, but now only the top 2 surfers will be advancing through and will be taking themselves into the grand final.
Yeah, and you have 2 goofy footers out there in Fierro and Brooks, and Fitzgibbons and McCulloch, 2 former championship tour surfers. McCulloch made the championship tour by her result at Haleiwa last season, literally coming down to the last heat, knocked out Teresa Bonvalo out of qualifying, and a huge result for her. And now with the lot on the line, she'd be making her first ISA final, Shannon.
Exciting times. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Alan Cleland and Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, guys. We're going to make this quick because you are in absolute form. You've already got that bad heat out of the way, and you came back absolutely swinging now, bring it all the way to the final.
Yeah, I'm just happy and keep it going. There's one more to go, and let's go. Viva México, vamos con todo. Aquí nadie se perdona y a quitar cabezas.
Congratulations, mate. Go and get ready for the final. We can't wait to see you surf.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Un saludo a todo México. Vamos a la final. ¡Vamos!
What a performance he's been putting together this week. All of that fiery energy going to take him through for maybe that first gold medal. We could easily see it happening. Sally Fitzgibbons now up and riding. Beautiful wrap to start. Getting that campaign nice and early. She had a shocker in her last heat, the first of the event this week for Sally, to not be making it through in the top 2. But this is the type of surfing, the type of reset that she needs to set her sights on gold once again.
Well, and a very smart surfer as well, as you saw right there, just looking to get the best wave of the heat at the moment. Fitzgibbons, what she does so well, she's always off to a quick start. That's the reason why she didn't make it out of her last heat. And if you look at, the experience and the lack of experience for the other 3 surfers in this heat up against Fitzgibbons, there are a few moments in the career of Sally where I've realized that she has had those moments where she hasn't been able to clinch and secure those big moments in her career. This young lady, though, she is impressing a lot, Shannon.
Wow, a 917 in her last heat. Now goes down after that second section, but you can see that rail work, the technique that is all time in the young 15-year-old surfing. Representing Canada, born in Texas, family moved to the North Shore of Oahu when she was just 9 years old so she could pursue the surfing dream that took place within her at a young age.
Yep.
And now she spends those winters in Hawaii, the rest of the time traveling the world, surfing some of the best waves, and now this year really starting to set her sights on competitive surfing, and she has been doing an incredible job with it so far.
Well, the last 12 months, you look at her ISA gold medal here in the U16s at this exact location. I think the one thing that is way more different this year than it was last year for the juniors, there was never a day that was as big as the last 2 here. So Erin's had to, face a couple of difficulties and challenges when it comes to the size of these waves, but she's used to it growing up in Hawaii. Here's Vahine, though, on the backhand, first wave for her.
Snap to start on her backhand, sets it up for another more critical turn, pierces through that lip line, setting up for one more for the finish, goes big, gets that moment of acclaim, just that self-encouragement even, that she's got a good score to come through. Sophie McCulloch now on her backhand. She dropped out in the last heat and goes down on that finishing turn, unfortunately.
Well, actually, no. It's Vahine and Sally, remember? Because Sophie was in the reps yesterday.
So for today, Sophie and Erin Brooks have been on a roll. They've been taking out those first 2 positions, and then it's Sally and Vahine who need to have that reset now.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say about McCulloch is that she is a very experienced competitor when it comes to waves that change a lot. Growing up at beach breaks, you tend to see people adapt in the moment. And I think that's what McCulloch did yesterday once she got sent down to the repecharge rounds. She had to surf one of the final heats of the day and made it through. This morning, though, the rights initially were the better waves. With how low the tide is right now and how clean the lefts are, I'd actually be thinking, especially with the last scores or the best scores in the previous heat, those are the waves to select right now, Shannon.
Wave selection has been crucial. We've seen the field changing so much, Mitch, over this week. Of course, it was huge for the last couple of days. Now it's mellowed out, although we're still getting some of those sneaker sets that are absolutely cleaning the lineup. Sally now in the lead. She drops a 6.5 for her opening wave. Big carve to start, sets that line for a quick two-turn combination.
Great stuff right there for Fitzgibbons. Just complete control right there with that two-turn combo. A lot of time on the clock. So the rep heats all day will be 25 minutes, and our next two finals will be half an hour long. The way you're going to adapt and improve over the course of these 30 minutes will be huge.
Kyle Voss just receiving the news that he will be heading to Paris 2024. He'll have the opportunity to compete as an Olympian for Team France at home for him in Tahiti at a wave that he has had so much success in. You can see the emotions now, Mitch.
Yeah, and I mean, massive performance when he needed it. Yes, he did not make the final, but that wasn't the goal for him. The goal for him was just to qualify here, and it came down to one of the last heats that he was going to surf in this event. And Gonzalo, I mean, he's got to be very proud of his performance too. Relatively unknown surfer, besides being, you know, the national champion in Spain. I hadn't heard of him up until this event, and I asked him, you know, what was going on. He's like, yeah, you know, I won. That's how I qualified. Made it to the semifinal of the event, basically. Huge performance from him. He gave Kali Vost, a way more recognized surfer, a run for his money.
Incredible run for Gonzalo. So much to be proud of, and a name that we're no doubt going to see more of in the future, being fresh to a lot of us watching and supporting throughout this week. But for the young surfer out of Tahiti, an incredible opportunity for him now, alongside fellow teammate from France, Vahine Fierro, who's also Tahitian. For the two of them to gain their qualification now, to know that their preparation heading towards you know, middle of next year when we'll see the Paris 2024 Olympics take place, can be all focused in that direction and have that opportunity to really hone in how to take a gold medal at home.
Yeah, and I think the amount of experience that he has, especially at the highest level there, at a break that has very few events and high-quality events, that is, to me, the most important thing. You look at his skill set, you look at where he's from, the amount of awareness that he has in a lineup like that is very treacherous and difficult for a lot of people to really navigate through. I think it's gold medal or bust for him. He has the talent to take it out. He has the youth to pursue the gold medal, and it would only be his first Olympics. I think we're going to see him many more times after that.
16 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Fernando Aguirre.
Okay. We're live with the new qualified Olympian. He's not going anywhere. He's going to Tahiti and stays in Tahiti. This is your ticket. Congratulations!
Thank you so much. This is something very special for me. I worked hard to qualify one day, and yeah, to have the chance to be in the Olympics at home. It's something. It was a big dream, and yeah, I did everything to make it, and now I'm super stoked. Unfortunately, I lost on this contest, but it was the game, and yeah, and happy and grateful to have so much people behind me to believe in me, all my sponsor and my family, and yeah, I made it. I'm stoked.
You should be stoked.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
So
yeah,
from here, are you going home?
Straight after I'm going home. Yes.
Tahiti?
Yes, going home,
Flying
see my
LA,
family.
Papete.
LA, Tahiti. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a new Olympian. This is a continental European qualified athlete. He's very, very happy. He's hiding behind his glasses.
Yeah, stoked, super stoked. A lot of emotion.
You
And
want to say something to your family?
yeah,
Everybody
just I love everyone, and yeah, this is for us. Yeah. Thank you.
Felicitaciones.
What a moment to be able to witness the emotion, the years of work that's gone in for this moment.
Yeah, and this kid's so young that, as I said before, I think he's going to be in many future Olympic Games to come, but not everybody has a chance to compete at home, and especially with a sport that is so subjective and dependent to conditions, knowing a break that you know just as well as the palm of your hand, that's going to be huge for Kali.
Sally Fitzgibbons now up and riding. Just a quick in and out. She's dropped in a 5.33 to back up the 6.5. Vahine in the water right now with a 7.67 as her second score. She's got one more to drop through. Currently improving on her lead with on her opening wave of a 2.83, chasing a 4.16 to take first away from Fitzgibbons. Erin Brooks sitting with a 3.5 on the board so far, so just a slow start for her. Sophie McCulloch with a 3.2 on the board. So both Erin and Sophie not able to get the best of the exchanges so far. And in that conversation, Mitch, around, you know, both Kaoli and Vahine with that opportunity to win a gold medal at home, the runs that they've had at the Tahiti Pro for the championship tour have both been all-time. For Kaoli Vast, who's just taken his Olympic qualification, he finished off as runner-up to the win. And we'll take a look at some replays here as we see Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, and she is just as good on the backhand as she is on the forehand. You see her draw off the bottom right there. Set up snap. These rights are very hard to serve, but they're steep. Goes up in the lip right there, and one more for good measure at the end for the young surfer from France.
The 7.67 for her.
Yeah, I really like that start, and then Fitzgibbons has been very active, a 6.5 on this one. Her best wave. Great surfing right there, leaving it on rail, and is able to fit in one more for the closeout re-entry as well. So Fitzgibbons usually does this. She gets off to a quick start, develops on her scores afterwards, and this is a huge moment for the young career of Erin Brooks right now. You see her right there up and riding, a very difficult wave to surf on the right. Only a 3.5 on this. Much better right there on the second carve. And I actually think this might be her second scoring ride, so going to be much better than the 3.5. I really like the attack right there on the backhand, Shannon. Don't know if she was fully able to ride out. She wasn't, but still some good work before that. And look at the size of the wave on that one, too.
Scores to drop for last of Erin Brooks. Maybe 4 times overhead of the 15-year-old. As Vahine is now up and riding. So she's got that 7.67. Just a 0.5 for her last kick out, another kick out now. Fitzgibbons currently holding on to the lead, but curious to see where the last of Brooks will fall.
It should be a good score.
7.01 will take her into that second place position, and she could be looking for the lead as well.
What defines her surfing to me is speed. And we talk about 3 of the major factors in the judging criteria: speed, power, flow. She uses speed better than anybody else in this event.
Sophie McCulloch now up and riding into that first rail gouge to start. Deep off the bottom as she goes vertical for that second turn. Just gets caught for a moment, Mitch.
Yeah, she was caught in between maneuvers, too. Don't think she realized that maybe a snap into the lip was better than a carve.
Vahine with the prone takeoff, and she'll kick out quickly, hoping to keep the paddle over Sophie McCulloch and get herself into a better priority order. There you can see Erin Brooks just paddling, kicking as fast as she can to get herself into that higher priority rotation as Sally Fitzgibbons holds on to first.
Well, Vahine has the inside on this one, too, and if it's a close paddle to the primary takeoff zone, it usually goes to the person who caught the first wave. In this exchange, it was the surfer in green. It's going to be really close, so you see Brooks there with a bit more intent. I think Vahine is playing it a bit too safe right now. Don't make it close. Don't put it in the hands of the judges. Who's going to win it?
It looks like Erin Brooks is gaining on her. She's going so hard. You can tell for her it's that full-out paddle, absolute sprint mode. If she was in her running shoes right now on the pavement, she would be in full sprint. Vahine has a little check to the side. They now hear that priority, and it has been awarded to Erin Brooks.
And that was a missed opportunity right there from Vahine to get second priority at a point of the heat where Brooks is going to get her best ride. And now Vahine might be dropping down to third place if Brooks gets more than a 7.01. Meanwhile, McCulloch, I don't think she's going to have anything better than a 3 or a 4 on her last wave. She needs to get going. And knowing the Australians, they obviously prepared for this situation out there in the water, having 2 surfers out at the same time within the same heat. You want to be looking at getting both of them through. But if one of them is secured in one of the top 2 spots, the other one will be playing defense.
Tatiana Weston-Webb and Joanne DeFay already have booked their spots into our grand final. So looking for the final 2 spots for these 4 surfers. Advancing through now, we have our top 6 surfers in the draw on the women's side. We've already whittled it down to our top 4 on the men's side with Alan Cleland, Kanoa Igarashi, Luca Messinas, and Miguel Tudela being our finalists.
2 Peruvians in the water, too. I've seen that happen before, multiple times, actually. And, you know, they're a dangerous combo. I think Cleland right now is the person that's been gaining momentum, and he hadn't lost the heat up until the previous round. But how about Kanoa Igarashi going for back-to-back gold medals here? Already has the Olympic slot qualified, and he has nothing to lose but everything to gain. And you know, for him, it would be a huge opportunity to get another gold medal around his neck, especially with the CT coming up in just 2 days.
And what a role to be able to go on. Taking a victory here in El Salvador, farther away from home than usual, and getting to then follow that up with, you know, an opportunity to continue competing in the same area. Same, you know, water temperature, already adjusting to all of the things that being in El Salvador has in front of him. As we take a look now at Vahine. So under third priority, she sneaks this one off down the way. 2-turn combination, and she'll be ditching that 2.83.
Yeah, I fully agree.
Scores in now for Erin Brooks, a 6.60, and she is sitting in that third place position still, but she chips away at the requirement, Mitch, dropping in her highest score so far, chasing now a 3.91. But the score for Vahine to come. Erin now uses her second priority deep behind the section, races around it. She's been doing an incredible job of making it through moments like that. Now out into that open face. Few bumps as she slams on the finish and comes on.
Wow.
Well, she holds on underneath the lip. That was a wild finish.
And a very critical section as well. Wasn't the cleanest maneuver out of the ones that she's had in this heat so far, but definitely very impressive considering how difficult that wave was to ride. 7.5 minutes on the clock. Sally Fitzgibbons, this is what she does. She holds on to the lead, uses priority to her benefit. And as of right now, second place is between the surfer in red and surfer in green. I'd like to see Brooks go left, though, personally, Shannon. I think there's a lot of clean lefts out there that she could really manufacture a score from.
Fitzgibbons still favoring the rights, nice and clean as she goes into that first opening carve. Now sets her rail as she gains some speed, chips off the top, looks for that finishing section, bounces off the foam. This heat, she's been able to find that rhythm and that momentum that was lacking in the previous one. It was the first heat that we saw her knock out of the main round number 7. So 6 heats of absolute dominance up until today.
Well, and then remember, she won the gold medal here in 2021 as well. First time we've seen her go right in this heat so far. I like it, though. Here's Brooks's wave. Gets caught behind the initial section, and that's what I'm saying. The amount of speed she can gain is just ridiculous. The wrap down right there into the lip, that section was solid and it was a critical turn, and somehow was able to ride out of that last one too, where she just put her board up and it was a Hail Mary turn. That second one, the best of the wave, no doubt, straight up into the lip with a lot of speed and control, and then rides out of the third one.
Now currently chasing a 5.23 to take the position away from Fitzgibbons, but we do have a score to drop in for this, and Sally's looking to improve on a 5.33.
Yeah, the one roundhouse cutback into the lip, more of a setup snap right there, moving down the line. And not as critical of a section on both Brooks's wave and Vahine's wave, as we saw right there from Fitzgibbons. Some clean surfing. If it does better the 5.33, don't think it'll be by a lot.
Down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Vahine Fierro now sitting in the lead with the 7.67 that she had early. A few attempts before that, not even getting above the 1 point range, but then she drops in a 6.47. Scores now in, though, for last of Erin Brooks, the Canadian. A 7.87 for her last wave, that critical surfing rewarded, and she takes the lead. Now Sophie McCulloch is in a combination situation, now up and riding to get herself into an advancing spot. Huge finish. This is the moment she's been needing. She'll just need a single score to get herself advancing.
Yeah, exactly right, Shannon. With 5 minutes to go, she needs to hustle right now and get another one of those waves. I think this could be the best wave of the heat, a 7.87, the last of Brooks. That moves her up into first place. And if you're Vahine Fierro right now, you need to be very careful with the way you use this first priority right now in these last 4 minutes. Fitzgibbons has been gaining momentum, but you had one Australian moving through into the final. Now you have both of them in third and fourth, Shannon.
Into a tough position for the Australian fan base, for the coaches, the teammates that are down in the beach, for the Ukrainian team as well that's been supporting Sally Fitzgibbons throughout this. That's been so fun to watch.
And all the ladies have been extremely grateful of Sally taking, time out of her day too to spend some time and encourage them to keep pursuing surfing as a dream and as a sport. But as of right now, Sally's going to need a bit more of that support because she's going to be looking for a good score right here in the last 4 minutes. Priority is going to be so important right here, Shannon.
Let's take another look at the replays, but I did notice Erin Brooks has priority over Sally, and she was sitting right on top of her.
Yeah, I mean, that's a former runner-up in the world. You're not going to give her any space. Sophie That turn right there was as good as it gets. Precise, the timing was on point, and it was filthy too.
It's an excellent score, an 8.33 for Sophie McCulloch, but she still remains in that 4th place position. Now chasing only a 5.81 to take herself into the advancing spot, but that backup score of a 3.2 is hurting her greatly at the moment.
It's a block.
Sally with the arm up, and we'll see if that priority swaps, Mitch.
For sure it will. Vahine is going to stay in first priority right there. You see it switch. Good tactical move by Fitzgibbons, but Brooks looking to better a 6.6. The wave might not have been that good, but if you're paddling or blocking somebody from catching a wave, you should at least try to improve on your low score. The one thing that is helping her out right now, though, Shannon, is that she's in first. If it were in second, I could definitely see that being a much larger mistake, but that was actually a good tactical move because she's in the lead.
So Fitzgibbons now freed up under second priority. Vahine Fierro has first priority. We can't see her on screen right now, but she'll be sitting off to the left-hand side of the screen, closer to that right takeoff zone. Sally now looking to get some distance as we have Kate Scarrett there on screen, who's been coaching behind Team Australia. She's been really instrumental within Sally's career through the years, especially in that road to Tokyo 2020 for the Irukandjis, and helped Sally achieve that 5th place finish in Tokyo.
Great competitive surfer herself back in the day. She was actually in Blue Crush as well as one of the CT surfers that was, on top of that moment. If I were Sally Fitzgibbons right now, though, with second priority, knowing that Vahine is probably going to block me on the right, if a set were to come through, I'd like to break away and go left. The lefts haven't scored as high in this heat, but she does have the surfing on both the right and the left to get something in the mid-sevens.
Okay, Wilcombs there, formerly Kate Scarrett Skaz from the Women's Championship Tour, as you mentioned. Great history of women's surfing that we've seen through a lot of competitors. We have Chelsea Hedges, who's a former ISA gold medalist here, competed for a number of years in the Women's Championship Tour. Sophie Milanovic, who will be joining Jess and I to call the action for our women's final. But she's been part of that conversation in the Spanish broadcast throughout this entire week. It's fun to be able to talk about some of those names that have come before that have set the stage for where women's surfing currently stands today. The lengths that they have gone through to set the stage for equal opportunities for women within the sport as well. Some of those pioneers that have gone long before those of us that have come up underneath them.
Well, speaking of pioneers, both the oldest surfers in this heat are actually in position to be eliminated. What huge opportunity here for Sophie.
Huge opportunity. Vahine lets her go, but she kicks out, so she's not going to be looking for an improvement.
Wow, that was dangerous right there. That wave definitely had no potential whatsoever, but Vahine let her go.
And Sally has moved herself way over to the left, so she's looking for something completely different in search of the 7.65. Vahine now sitting tight on top of McCulloch. Surfer in red has first priority, which means that if any wave comes through, she has the first pick of the lineup. She's allowed to go above anyone else, but with 30 seconds on the clock, it's looking favorable for Erin Brooks to take the win for Canada. There was a set rolling through there. We could see for Sally Fitzgibbons possibly on the left if she's able to get herself into position. And she's taking off on a separate peak, so gonna head right, but at a totally different peak to the rest of the women. Carves back to start. It's a small wave without that real critical section to start. She's gonna have to do something explosive here on the inside. We know Sally can take to the air. She's got some of the best rail work in the women's field as well, but this wave is gonna have to be something exceptional to get her into a 7.65. Well surfed, goes for the reverse, can't ride out of it, and puts in that final effort. But it's going to be Erin Brooks of Canada with her dad there on screen, alongside Vahine Fierro taking the advancing positions into the final.
Yeah, and great performances from Sally and Sophie so far in this event, but give it up to the two youngsters living up to the hype. Erin Brooks making 2 finals in a row in 2 different years. 2 different divisions, Shannon, and she has the chance to be the first gold medalist for Team Canada.
Women's final set, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Joanne DeFay, Erin Brooks, and Vahine Fierro. The men's final, though, coming up next, Cleland Jr., Kanoa Igarashi, Luca Macinas, and Miguel Tudela right after this.
had a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know?
And now it's come to this, the grand final for the men here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote with Barton Lynch and Mitchell Salazar on the call. Team Mexico flying their flags high. Huge performance from Alan Cleland Jr. Earned himself a spot here in the final, along with Miguel Tudela. We've got Kanoa Igarashi representing Japan, Luca Macinas representing Peru, Mexico represented by Al Cleland Jr. and Miguel Tudela, also from Peru. Already, Team Peru showing that they are an absolute force to be reckoned with in elite surfing competition. I'm going to open up the floor. Mitchell, we've seen the rise of Al Cleland Jr. throughout this entire event. All four of these surfers are peaking right at the right time. What are you expecting to see in this final heat of our event?
Well, I mean, this is a rematch actually of the previous round, and you know, the only way I see, you know, Kanoa losing this final is by the other three surfers being on the two best waves in these 30 minutes. Igarashi won, or actually ended up with the silver medal here in 2021, coming off of the gold medal last year. Both Cleland and Macinas need to be going left. Meanwhile, Miguel Tudela, I think he needs to split it up between the left and the right.
All right, so we have 30 minutes on the clock now for our grand final. Barton, same question. What are we expecting to see here in this 30-minute grand final?
Chris, there's a risk being taken by Kanoa sitting on his own over there on the right. It could play to your favour, and all of a sudden you've got those perfect right-handers and you're on waves that look better than those lefts, because they definitely, they capture my imagination more than the lefts do. He's paddling, he's up and riding. What will this one turn out like?
Looks like he was foiling into his first wave. Effortless paddle to get into this. A nice impactful section to start.
Whoa.
Goes to the air.
That wind grabbed the board, didn't it? Spun it under his feet.
I like the intent, though. That's exactly what you have to do in the final. There's no more advancement. This is for medals: gold, silver, copper, and bronze. Not in that order, but Kanoa has felt what it feels like to have an ISA gold medal draped around his neck, and surfing like that, just letting it all hang out, you know what he wants.
And a couple of silver medals to go with it, too. So he has tasted the bittersweet, bitter taste of defeat, but he's also had the sweet taste of victory, and here's Al.
Al Cleland now going left, so sticking to what got him to the final. The wind is definitely whipped up. Comes around that section,
wow.
A huge, massive backside snap to start this wave. Another big turn. The powerhouse surfer representing Team Mexico hammers the finish. A 4-turn banger to start the final for Al Cleland Jr.
And our co-commentator, Mexico's Mitchell Salazar, that took your breath away, mate, didn't it?
That first turn might be the single best turn I've seen all event long.
We're right back into it. La Máquina, Luca Macinas, will not be denied. He comes around a meaty section straight up into the lip.
Oh.
Perfectly executed first turn. Another hammer right in the pocket. The high speed finish. It's almost like when you're skateboarding, you hit a pebble, boom, you're on the cement. That's what happened at the finish for Luca Macinas, but 2 brilliant turns to start that wave.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that'll let him down right there is the wave quality. Too much froth on the 2 opening sections, but I mean, when we talk about critical maneuvers in the most critical parts of the wave, 2 of those right there from Macinas.
And Alan Cleland, he took off super deep, didn't he? And there was all weird ribs, and I'm thinking to myself, this is not a good wave. And then it hit the inside, and he came around, and when it slowed down to the pace where he could start going up and down, and it just smoothed out, and he did exactly what we've seen him do all event long. Miguel Tudela has a look over the back because he wasn't 100% sold on that one. Little mistake there, in and out, but the other 2 surfers still making their way out the back, so the loss of priority won't be too damaging.
Good choice there. You know, there's plenty of time on the clock. You only need 2 waves. Those top 2 waves that these surfers get will be totaled, and eventually whoever has the highest 2-wave total will be wearing gold by the end of this round. So with 25 now on the clock, Igarashi starts just a 1-point ride. Unlanded, big air attempt. This would be a tough condition right here with the wind blowing right into him for a big rotated air like that.
Yeah. But what's beneficial to him, though, is that he's surfing by himself right now. There's no pressure on him. Everybody else is giving him the opportunity to get at least 2 scores, and I would say 10 to 15 minutes over there on the right. But look at the score that drops for Al Cleland Jr., Chris.
Yeah, another massive number for Al Cleland. An 8.5 to start our final. So Al Cleland Jr. right in the driver's seat with 24-12 on the clock. So the biggest single wave score of note is for Al Cleland Jr. with an 8.5. Kanoa Igarashi now in second place with just a 1. So no other real scores of note besides that big 8.5. Big sets rolling through. Wondering if Kanoa Igarashi is trying to go back to the honey hole that provided him a 9-point ride in his previous repechage round. That was a perfect wave. Conditions have changed since then. So we'll see if his gamble pays off, as now we see surfer in white Miguel Tudela.
Oh.
Trying to win a fist fight with Niagara Falls.
Sometimes when you've seen someone do something for a whole event, call it 9 or 10 heats so far, the gloss sorts to, and you go, well, I've seen that before. The way Alan Cleland Jr. is doing what he does has not got old. He's done it for, in front of us for so many days in a row now, but it is so good and so sharp and perfectly timed as we see here. See how far back he is on this one. There's all those wind ribs. It looks like a terrible wave until it gets in here, Mitchell.
But look at how creative that turn was. I mean, he's completely upside down when he's coming out of it. And the release with the second turn right there with the carve set him up perfectly with the speed management there at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And as you were saying, it almost feels like you get a stale taste in your mouth after seeing it over and over again. But he's been so creative. It's a distinct wave every time he stands up.
Definitely has a unique read on these waves, and he's just displaying a lot of patience. We did love these 2 turns for Luca Messinas.
Yeah.
Judges liked him quite a bit, a 6.67 on the strength of a 2-turn combo with a fail at the end. So Messinas now, his consistency showing through. What happened here for Miguel Tudela?
That was a dangerous section right there, just too late to the party. And this is the air attempt from Kanoa. Border goes completely away from him, and he has no pressure on his shoulders. Everything that he needed to do this week already happened. So he's just going to go out there and try to surf this heat as well as he can over there on the right by himself. But, I mean, you look at the 3 surfers that are in the first 3 places in this heat, we could easily be saying they're 3 of the best surfers in the world. And what Miguel Tudela accomplished last year, WSL South American region, 5 for 5 in terms of the qualifying series events. Especially when you're competing against mostly Brazilians in South America, that is a huge feat for this young kid.
That is an underrated, underknown stat. I mean, that has to be shouted from the mountaintops. Miguel Tudela, among the elite, and you can put him in any type of waves, and he will show you exactly what he's made of. 2 to 20 to 50 to 60. Tudela is unafraid of any situation. And right now he's got to lean on his experience. I mean, he knows 21 minutes to go. He's been in a million heats. He's not going to get rattled easily. I don't think any of these 4 surfers will. For Al Cleland, I think he's, obviously in a great position with a huge number to start. That gives a surfer, right, a feeling of luxury, knowing that you can kind of bob and weave through this lineup and really just pick your spot and patiently wait for priority to get back into your corner. As we see Messinas now, I'd say he's kind of going the opposite. He's taking off on everything that comes to him. Right there, unable to land that air. Tudela behind him. Nice carve to start. Blue collar style surfing so far on this wave. He goes for the air, so now flinging something exciting at us just when we thought we'd seen it before. Miguel Tudela pulls a rabbit out of his hat. So now the scores are going to be locked in by our judges. All surfers making their way back to the takeoff zone. Let's go down to the boardwalk. Erin Brooks is standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, guys. It is a long way to the top. Miss Brooks, but you've got yourself there all the way through the repechauges, the hard way around, but a special thing on the line for you to make it to the final. What was the deal with Dad?
My dad told me if I made it all the way to the final that he would get me a puppy.
This might be the first time your mum's heard about it as well, isn't it, after this heat win?
Yeah, but I think she'll be excited.
And congratulations. I mean, it is a real long road. There's a lot of heats you had to surf, and you've got to get straight back out there for the final. What's the headspace going into that? Pretty happy I'm feeling from you.
Just keep doing what I'm doing and trust in my surfing. I know there's some really big names in this final, but I can't let that affect me, so just surf the way I surf.
We love it. Good luck in the final, mate, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, that's the best incentive I've heard yet. Gold medals are great, but puppies are better. I will say that. 19 minutes on the clock as we see Kanoa Igarashi. I mean, he is right in his office right here. Calculated surfing, pure, all the way from the get-go. Kanoa Igarashi will be on the board in a big way. As we see now, Luca Macinas, your current leader, with a 6.67 and a 2.73, adding to his score line.
Wow.
Blistering, tail sliding, backside whip, all the way to the inside, gets a nice clean finish. Cleland Jr. drops to third place, even with that 8.5. Tudela in second, but Macinas is going to extend his lead with that nicely surfed wave.
Yeah, well, 7.33 came in for Miguel Tudela. As you said, the first two wraps were like, okay, it's a little pedestrian. He knew it, and he saw that section, knew he had to do something spectacular. He gets a score that usurps the 6.67 of Luca Macinas's, which speaks to how much the judges are appreciating those backhand turns. He did two of them with an incomplete and still got the 6.67. So the signs are great for all of the surfers, especially for Kanoa as well, after that last ride with the error on the inside. So once these scores drop, we'll be able to get a good picture of where things are at. Still 18 minutes to go, so good starts from all surfers, really.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't beat the 8.5 start right there from Cleland, and I like what I'm seeing so far. I don't think he wins this final without being on the two best waves in the first 15 minutes, and we're almost halfway through this heat, and right now, Kanoa's going to drop a good score. Luca's going to back up the 6.67. He might even get his best ride as well, but you need to be in position for these waves that are coming through when there's a lot of clean sets out there right now, BL. And to me personally, I think that there's a good balance between both the rights and the lefts in order to garner excellent scores.
And this score of Kanoa's will really tell us how the judges feel in comparison right to left. There just seems like there's more time to get things done on the right. You know, you might get four chances on the right, minimum, and on the left, if it doesn't go flat, sometimes that right does flatten out. The left, when it's tall, you might get two or three good big turns, and the comparisons, that's something that the judges have to take in consideration. I always like to surf where my opponents were surfing, because then it was oranges and oranges, so to speak, and you were able to control them by moving away and doing your own thing, as Kanoa is doing. There's an element of luck that comes into things. It might go your way, but it might not. This first score that'll drop, first counting score, will tell us how the judges feel about those rights.
We got 16:13 on the clock. Judges calculating what they've just witnessed, just like the rest of us. There you see our beach is packed. International field of fans there. Some with a lot invested, time, energy, emotion. Team Mexico, you saw their flags flying on the beach. It looks like we could have set rolling through. Opportunities knocking. It's not the pizza guy. It's a solid chunk of the Pacific Ocean coming right towards our competitors. Who will be in position? It's going to be surfer in that top priority spot wearing the green jersey, Cleland Jr. Quick setup turn there. This wave starting to grow down the line. Impactful second turn for Cleland. Another nicely placed turn, throwing spray to the sky, building speed and momentum down the line. Hamilton again, blowing the tail.
One more.
Absolute control and commitment to every turn. Cleland again. Give this man a medal. What a performance from Cleland Jr. Vamos, Mexico.
Wow. That was phenomenal right there. And I think everybody in this heat except Cleland Jr., they're going to need two new scores to overtake him in this one. I think he's going to combo the field.
Is that a 10?
It's at least in the 9s. It's excellent surfing, you know, and the way he's been able, look, drops in immediately, Chris.
It's a 10.
Close enough.
9.73.
Close enough.
I got excited. They got excited. The world got excited. The highest single wave score of the day, just at the right time. Alan Cleland Jr. gets the highest score of the event in the grand final.
Woohoo!
You couldn't ask for more from this young surfer, representing the wonderful nation of Mexico in a huge way, and he's doing it with joy. He's doing it with passion. I mean, he's doing it with everything he's got.
And he has all week, hasn't he? 6.8 drop for Kanoa Igarashi, more or less irrelevant at this point in time. All the other scores are irrelevant, besides those two of Alan Cleland, as we watch the replay here, Mitchie.
Yeah, I mean, a setup fade right there, went straight up into the lip. It just, as you said before, this wave kind of flattened out a bit too much for the liking of the judges. It was a solid air, a bit more lateral than we're used to seeing, though, horizontal from Kanoa. Still, with the amount of speed that he's carrying and that wind pushing towards you, that is a very difficult maneuver. It's only a 6.8, though, and as you said, as of right now, it's irrelevant based off of what Cleland just did on his first two opening rides. But what did I tell you? Cleland's going to win this final in the first 15 minutes with 2 excellent scores, and so far, he's been on the 2 best waves in this heat. How's this combination, though? Comes around the section. It's a variation of wraps, the use of the rails, and hits up into the lip line like that. That was a major maneuver there in a section that had a lot of risk because he had already done a lot, but still had more to go.
And you thought one more, and he just got another 3 after that. Maybe, you know, in that turn where he got stuck at the lip for that little bit, that might have been, that might have been, yeah, that point little, what is that, 2.7 that he missed out on the perfect 10, might have been because of that. Look at the flaring speed and power he puts into everything. This was a beautiful wave. That little catch there might have been the only reason he didn't go perfect 10s across the board.
One little slice off the bow.
The inside's amazing. How does that feel?
It's amazing. I mean, look at that. I think it was so beneficial for him to lose in the main round earlier this morning. It pumped him up to surf these last 2 heats as best as he could have.
But we're back at it. This one's not over yet. 12:30 on the clock. Tudela demanding attention from the crowd and from the judges. 3 big turns on the outside section. So at this point, all 3 of our surfers, Luca, Miguel, Kanoa, they got to be surfing out of themselves. They've got to be surfing towards near perfection if they want to even match the pace that Cleland Jr. has set early on. That's going to help for sure for Tudela. And here you see the coil up. Cobra, Kanoa Igarashi. Will he strike on this inside section? You know what his intent is. He wants a ramp. Here we go, building speed, identifies it, goes to the air, gets the rotation, comes down with it. A difficult landing, but if I'm watching, you know, video parts and heats of Kanoa's past, not that the judges do that, but that was a relatively easy air for him. That was a really cool looking maneuver, but I think Kanoa Igarashi is going to have to get back out and back to the drawing board.
And look at this, Messinas answering back on the left. This is his strength. The machine up and riding again, Chris.
Messinas has just been dialed in throughout this entire contest, and he continues his path to glory there. It's going to take a lot for anyone to match the excitement levels that we're seeing from Al Cleland Jr. You know, the scores are showing us that, so it's no cap there. I mean, he is the best surfer in the water right now. It's about trying to, you know, tap into whatever you can to regain the momentum and try to take the attention away from Alan Cleland Jr. Because he's in the flow state right now. 2 amazing waves. They came right to him. He didn't have to battle anyone for him. You know, he used his priority, but he's out the back now with first priority, and he can sit there and wait till the wave of the day comes through. He can do whatever he wants in the lineup right now.
I think it's fair to say that the other his opponents heard the 9.73, and on that last exchange from each of the other surfers, we saw their best. They, all of them, that wave of Miguel Tudela's was incredible. Those out of the tops were amazing, and it all had a little more than anything we'd seen to that point in the final. They recognised how urgent it was that they had to start getting it done now. But The horse may have indeed bolted. 7.83 drops from Miguel Tudela, consolidates his second place.
Yeah, it wasn't enough to break the combination, but what I will say is that you said it best, Barton. It motivated them to have to surf out of their skin, and that's the only way you're winning the final right now. It's really important to point out that all 4 of these finalists have been medalists before, whether gold, silver, copper, whatever. Miguel Tudela's been a finalist. Alan Cleland had a silver medal in Huntington Beach in the juniors in 2019. Luca's got in 3rd place before, and Kanoa coming off of a consistent string of results here at the ISA, looking for a second Olympic qualification. He just got that earlier today, Chris, but guess what? This is a guy that does not like to settle for 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. He's going for gold.
Well, he's climbing up the rankings now in 3rd place. So, you know, the numbers for Igarashi, that 8-point ride, I mean, it's good, but he would need a combination of score. They're all comboed right now, and you know, when we say that out loud, it kind of starts to set in, right? That just shows you how far in the lead Alan Cleland Jr. is at the moment. All of our surfers are basically starting now from ground zero.
And still there's 9 minutes, so anything can happen. You know, out of 20 points, someone could end up going to the air in 2 massive attempts, get 2 10s, get perfect. So it's still open. You
you're
never
saying
surrender.
there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance. There's always a chance, and you never surrender until you hear that siren. And knowing these 3 guys, Miguel, Luca, and Kanoa,
There's no quit. There's no quit in the lineup right now. That's for sure. 8:30.
Oh, sorry, Chris. I think especially on the left, too. Because the left, you can make it out way quicker than you can on the right. And knowing how versatile and how quick Luca Macinas is on the backhand, he can easily drop 2 9s in 4 minutes.
All right, well, he's looking for at least a 9-point ride here. Big snap there, good start. But Luca Macinas gets around the section, hammers it, backside reverse, goes down.
That's what we're going to see.
You got to try anything.
That's what. Yeah, it's going to be exciting for the back end because people are just going to go nuts trying to catch this guy.
All right, now going right. Al Cleland comes around that section. So the first, not great wave he's ridden. No harm, no foul there. He'll go to the back of the priority line, slightly opening the door for the rest of these 3 surfers as Igarashi, again, projecting a big air, building speed, finds the ramp. Kind of goes for a shifty there. Quick grab, but lands in the V of the wave and gets chomped by La Bocana. Again, whatever you have left, pull it out, throw it against the wall, see what sticks.
Absolutely. That was an awkward wave. It never looked very good from the start. Always had the white water over it. Most probably didn't even need to take off on that one. The pressure of the moment and the desire to start doing something now. His intention was just air, and I imagine that's all we're going to see his intention stay because that's maybe the fastest route to catch Alan.
Yeah, and 99.9% of the surfing world at the pro level would be so happy with what they've accomplished. Kanoa Igarashi just got word he filled that final spot as an Olympic qualifier. You can imagine the emotional, turmoil that happened when he got that news. And then he got another jolt of information. You got to go back out there and perform at your highest level again. But he is of that 1%, isn't he? That he can strip all the emotions out of him and go into shark mode. And I'm sure we'll see more of that right now as we see Miguel Tudela flying down. Go! That was an emotional roller coaster. That right there, exactly what he needed to try. What he needed to do, and came so close. I mean, within a sliver of making one of the maneuvers of the event.
I don't want this to end because we're going to see more of that as it goes on. That was incredible, Mitchell.
He had it, though. He had the landing, and that easily would have broken combo right there. That could
have been a 9.5, 10.
A 10. Totally. I mean, it's a corrupt flip. It's not a maneuver that you see every day, and especially on a wave that big, too. Wow, the amount of speed that he was carrying through that was just wild.
Oh, I'm gutted. I really wanted to see that. That was so close.
Big wrap there. Let's have a look. Here's the section. Drives horizontally, climbs the wave face as he goes, gets the corrupt, double grabs. At this point, we think he's gone, but he isn't. He's still there. Just look at the weight got a little bit forward, eh? It's almost like he felt like he was so close.
He landed in the pit, too.
Yeah,
that just added to the kind of the danger and drama of that huge air.
Did you see, though, when he was actually going up into the air with the double grab, his head actually went through the lip line, so he actually lost a little bit of speed when he was coming into that air section right there. But wow, I mean, he pulls that. We're seeing something in the high 8s and the 9s. He breaks combo right there. But now with 5 minutes to go, you got to get to work real quick right now.
He's just got to do that again. No problem, right?
Mm.
Here we go. Al Cleland. Back to Earth. Let's leave Earth again.
Oh, it's exciting now. It's an air show out there now, people.
Bring
We've
it.
seen enough backhand
Bring it.
entries.
Goes to show you the amount of respect he has for that guy out there in the water, right? He's in third. He's still comboed, but he's not letting him get a scoring opportunity when he has higher priority than him. To me, this is the best and most strategic performance I've seen throughout a single event from Cleland Jr. And I think when you look at the 4 surfers that are out there in the water, as good as it gets, really. They're all 4 world class. They could all 4 be on the championship tour and top 10 surfers. But right now, it's been the wave selection at the beginning of the heat that Cleland has had in first place.
2 waves to change his life. An ISA gold medal would be huge for the career of Al Cleland Jr. With 4 minutes on the clock, all indications are saying that he could have sealed this victory on the strength of those 2 waves. But still, we're talking about surfing here. It's a very unpredictable sport. So I would say don't start celebrating yet.
No, sir. Look at the scores of everyone
Wow.
there. 9s, 8s, 7s, 8s, 6, high 6s, 7s. Everybody has had a great final.
This may
They've
be
all surfed
eclipsing
incredible.
the last men's repechage, which we were calling the highest total scoring heat of the entire event. We're getting there with our men's grand final as well. 3:20 on the clock.
But it was that early start of the Mexican. You said it, Mitchie. He got those 2 early rides, massive scores, excellent, put the pressure, and since then we've seen everybody trying to take their surfing to a level it hasn't reached yet in this event, to try and catch him. Not yet completed on any of those attempts, but it's certainly entertaining.
Absolutely, and big props to Team Peru as well. I mean,
Yeah.
they're in the running for the gold medal overall as a team. They have 2 finalists right here on the men's side, and I would have to say 2 of the best Latin American surfers of all time. Igarashi, you know, he's a straight first ballot Hall of Famer, but right now, Cleland's still in the lead.
All right, here we go. La Marquina looking for a 10.
Oh!
Surfing like that's definitely going to help him achieve his goal of breaking into the double digits. What has he got for us on the inside? Slams the finish.
Needs to make it.
Fighting to hang on to his board, and he makes it.
Wow.
That's going to make things interesting now for the last 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
He breaks combo.
Does
He
that
breaks
go
combo.
9? It goes 9, does it
At
not?
least, yeah.
I think so too. It's incredible. He's got the 707 as his high. That's going to be his best score. And Alan Cleland has pushed these other guys, and they've all met the challenge.
I will say there's a difference in prestige between copper and silver.
Indeed.
Luca Macinas now sitting in 4th place. That could have just helped him jump up to at least 2nd place. What a brilliantly surfed wave for Luca Macinas.
Well, and we're talking about somebody who's already surfed at least 8 to 9 heats in a single event. How was that second turn? Even has to grab the rail on the 3rd bottom turn too. And I don't think if it weren't for this finish right here at the end, he wouldn't be getting a score that breaks him out of combination. But wow, just when he needed it, he still has 90 seconds to go as well.
Look at this. Hits the white water. This next turn is money. We all went up.
Oh.
The crowd went up. How's the spray out of the back of the wave, illustrating the power he had, and he gets the completion on the inside. Amazing ride.
He's relentless in the best way possible, right? You're not going to beat him without him putting up a fight. And right now, Luca Macinas.
There it is.
Score comes through, a 9-1-0. So Luca Macinas now needs a 9-1-4 if he wants to achieve gold. Watch out, Kanoa Igarashi may have found a gem here. Quick setup carve there, waiting to unleash, coiling. Gets the inside section, ramps out, makes contact with his board, not landing how anyone wanted to see it ended up. So Igarashi now will keep our eyes on the water. And here we go, Luca Macinas.
Yeah, that's
Looking
not
for a
the wave.
9-1-4 with 27 seconds left.
Well,
Mexico.
No, but Luca still has a shot. I mean, if I were Cleland right now, I'd be moving over to the left and taking away a chance, but seems like time's going to wind down. But big props to the Peruvians, second and third in this final. Kanoa, another final here. But Al Cleland Jr., this is going to be the biggest win of his career so far.
A valiant effort from Miguel Tudela. Almost does one of the biggest errors we've seen of this contest. And here is a victory lap for Alan Cleland Jr. Vamos, Mexico. This young surfer now on the top upper echelon of our sport. An ISA gold medalist, Al Cleland Jr. Remember that name. This young man cut a glorious path through a field of over nearly 300 surfers.
Stand out from day one all the way through to the final. You can see the celebration, how stoked he is. His whole country from Mexico, what a moment for that country. A surfing powerhouse building year by year, and this guy's leading the charge. He was always a favorite from the first round, the way we saw him surf early days, and he held it all the way to the very end. Incredible performance.
And right there, this is going to be a long walk home for Al Cleland. He is way down the beach, soaking in the glory. The first high five as an ISA gold medalist for Al Cleland Jr. Just joyously running across the rocks. There's his team. Get this guy on your shoulders.
Yeah.
Carry him up the beach. What a victory for Al Cleland Jr. You're witnessing surfing history right now.
Climbs onto the shoulders of his teammates. They cheer him along. The highlight moment of his career so far, but he's a young man with so much talent. We're going to see so much more. I'm certain of that.
Well, I know our President Aguirre here at the ISA has a direct line to the president of El Salvador. We might have to get a street in Surf City named after Al Cleland Jr. I mean, he dominated from the jump. Spent just a bit of time in the rapid charge rounds, but looking back, didn't matter one bit. Al Cleland Jr. comes through triumphant, and Barton, he did it the right way, right? He didn't have to hassle anybody. He surfed with power, you know, tons of style, great waves, and his wave selection, his strategy, his tactics, everything came together and just kept on rising.
You don't get to sit on people's shoulders and get chaired along without doing most everything right. But you've got to do it right, not just for that one heat, but for a whole week to get there, to have the chance in that grand final. And he did that. All week, all of us have been talking about Al Cleland Jr. Based on the surfing that he did from the very start. And to hold that for 8 days, maintain that level, and then come out in a final and peak in that final. He just peaked at the exact right time. You and I talked about how hard that is to do earlier on in the broadcast. Amazing scenes here.
And full credit to the rest of our finalists, Luca Macinas.
Bravo.
That's why we call him La Máquina. Battled all the way to the end. Got a 910, backed that up with a 707. That's a score that would have gotten him through any heat of this event. But fortunately for Macinas and Tudela and Igarashi, it was all Alan Cleland. He got his first score of note almost 10 minutes into that final. Patience paid off. He got the two best waves that came through in that 30-minute span. But again, accolades, credit, and a lot of respect to Luca Macinas, our silver medalist, Miguel Tudela, our bronze medalist, and Kanoa Igarashi, our copper medalist for the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. And I think, I'm not very good at math, but in looking at our overall team totals, you'd have to think with performances like that, Team Peru may have just jumped into that top spot. I'm not projecting. I haven't added anything up. Just going off what I think might be happening.
And then coming up next, Team France, who are in the lead. They've got two women in this final as well, in the women's grand final. So Peru and France at the top of this one, duking it out across the men's and the women's. I can't wait to watch that final.
long way home, and this is just a glory parade for Al Cleland Jr.
Best feeling ever, mate. Sitting up on your mate's shoulders, getting cheered along.
Well, welcome back to the action. That was an incredible result, seeing Alan Cleland find gold for Team Mexico, but we are now into our women's final. Tatiana Weston-Webb, Joanne Defay, Erin Brooks, and Vahine Fierro. Brazil, France, and Canada represented. The two French competitors have been putting down the fight. They're looking to walk away with that gold medal, but will it be Canada or Brazil who's able to take it away instead? So much action has been going on throughout the day. Cannot wait to see it all unravel. We've already got a 5 on the board for Joanne Defay with an early start. And we'll get a look at replays in a moment. I am Shannon Hughes in the booth calling the action for the women's final alongside Jess Grimwood, the 2014 ISA copper medalist, and Sofia Milanovic, world champion from 2004. You got a couple of ISA gold medals as well, Sofia, and you're the Olympian from Tokyo 2020. It is so great to have you in the booth with us.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Super excited to be here with you girls watching this amazing women final. The quality of the waves are perfect, so I think we're going to have a show of surfing.
Jess, we've already seen some scores go down. We've got that 5 on the board for Defay. We're now going to take a look at the young Erin Brooks, just 15 years old. Born and raised in Texas, goes huge on her backhand to start things off for that opening turn, and she'll have a score to drop.
I tell you what, I'd just like to thank Sofia for welcoming us into the booth, because she's pretty much the queen of Latin American surfing. But here we go again, straight away, Vahine.
Vahine, just a quick kick in and out.
Yeah, I feel very honoured to be standing, obviously next to both of you, but particularly next to you, Sofia, for what you've done for surfing, and what a moment as well to watch Mexico in that final for the men's. Alan stand out through the whole event to take that gold.
Thanks so much, Jess. So happy to be here with you girls. And yes, like, here we watch the replay. Wow, that turn was insane.
Scores to come through for first of Erin Brooks. Sofia, talk us through this first of Joanne Defay, the 5-point ride.
Yes, this was a pretty good wave of Joanne Defay to start. You know, the wave didn't give too much of potential, you know, by the end of the wave, but still she manages to surf it really well with a lot of style, you know. She's a really smooth surfer, finishing it well. So I think it will be a good wave to start this heat.
All right, scores to come through. It's a 4.33 for the opener of Brooks from Canada. Now, her road to this position was crazy as she lost out in the second main round on the women's side of the draw and has battled through 11 different repecharge round heats. Tatiana Weston-Webb, on the other hand, goes down, gets the speed bumps on the face of that wave. She has taken victory or that second place position all the way through the draw and has done well to get herself in this position, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a huge moment for all of these women. Obviously, the gold medal, Sophie, is something that you can talk about how important that is for each of their stages of their career. Doesn't matter if it's right at the start or if it's a multiple medal for them. The importance of that gold here and not walking away from the final with any of the other colours.
Yeah, I mean, like, everybody wants gold, you know. We could watch the last heat, that final of the men's. That was insane, you know, and you could see like how the guys changed their strategy after they knew they were comboed. They started going for airs and doing some really innovative surfing. So everybody wants gold. Everybody wants to go home and show that gold and be proud of it. Still really good job for second, third, and fourth, but they're here to win.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, silver, bronze, copper, that's fine too, but gold, gee, that's going to taste good at the end of this 24 minutes and 57 seconds, Shannon.
We started out with 30 minutes on the clock, 6 minutes down, and still a ways to go. For all three of these surfers, it would be a very first win for the World Surfing Games specifically. But we do have two surfers that have found that gold medal on the junior side. Tatiana Weston-Webb, when she was still representing Hawaii instead of the Brazilian flag now, took away gold in the under-18s division back at the ISAs in 2013 and 2014. And Erin Brooks took out gold just last year right here at La Bocana in the under-16s division. For her now to have graduated to this level, I mean, we know as fans of women's surfing, the three of us, that Erin Brooks was going to be taking the world by storm as a competitor in years to come. But I don't know that we could see it coming this quick, this far advanced as we've got her into the finals now. But we're going to wait for more of that conversation, because Mitchell Salazar is down on the sand with Alan Cleland Jr., your ISA gold medalist.
That's right. Second ISA gold medal for Team Mexico, and speechless performance, Al. I mean, I met you when you were 5 years old. First time I went to Pascuales, Colima. You were just a small kid, and now you're a world champion. How does it feel to be crowned this year's ISA gold medalist?
I can't really explain the feeling. It's something that I still don't believe, to be honest. It's something that I worked for many years. It's something that I dreamed of, I manifested of, and I just wanted to do it. And, you know, this morning I lost out in the first heat, but I never gave up. You know, you can't give up. You still have another chance. And now we're here, and we're on top of the world, boy. Vamos, Mexico!
To your right is Johnny Corso. He made history by winning the first ISA gold medal for Team Mexico. Sebastian Williams with also an incredible performance at this event. How important do you think their performances here were to elevate your own game at La Bocana?
I mean, watching Johnny the first time he won, you know, I was up at 3 in the morning watching the heat with my dad. And we didn't believe it, you know, because he had it done. He did everything well, and he made it. And then having such a sick team like Sebastian and Johnny with me, always supporting, always pushing each other's boundaries and just going for more, no matter if it's a free surf or a heat. You know, I'm just like very stoked to have such good teammates, and that's why we're here. You know, we always work hard, and hard work pays off.
Okay, I got a huge announcement for you. You have to be Jordy Smith's #1 fan right now, because if he double qualifies to the championship tour, that means that you, my man, are going to Paris 2024, and you will have a chance to compete in the Olympic Games.
Let's go, Jordy, you got this. Let's go. Viva México. Quiero decir un saludo a toda mi familia, mi papá, mi hermana, mi abuela, mi tía. Los quiero mucho. Y un saludo a todo México, a Boca de Pascuales, Colima, todos lados. Aquí andamos poniendo la bandera en alto y vamos por más. Esto todavía no se acaba, apenas empezó.
Viva México. Felicidades, Alan.
What an incredible result
Wow.
for Alan. Sophia, can we ask you to translate what he said to us at the end there as we take a look at some live action from Erin Brooks? Couple turns on her forehand now as she whips through the section. Now looking for that finishing maneuver, and she'll ride out quickly. No surprises there from the Grom. But Sophia, what were those last few words from?
He was just saying thank you to everybody. You know, he was super excited, so happy. Imagine just winning the ISA gold medal. You know, he was so excited and saying thanks to his dad and his, you know, and his grandmother and everybody in Mexico. And he was just so happy, and he was wishing the best of luck for Jordy Smith.
Go Jordy, as we see Joanne now up and riding, looking for her very first gold medal. She took away the silver medal at home in France back in 2017. Just narrowly missed out on that gold where we saw her teammate Paulina Du take it away. So she's looking for that finish to be one of the best of her career. As we've got some scores that have filtered through. Jess, we got a 4.33 for the opener of Erin Brooks, and now a second to come through from that last exchange.
Yeah, Erin's getting a quick start. Let's have a look at the replay too of this one. She's pretty psyched. You heard her in her post heats. It looks like she's going to be adding another little family member. But the rail work, the sharpness, the preciseness, and the ability to complete all of her maneuvers and big critical sections is why she's in the final after such a long road to get there.
Talk us through this one, Sophia.
This is Joanne de Face left. It was a good wave too, you know, starting good, doing a big turn there, finishing well. And yes, that was her second wave, I think.
So she'll have another score to drop through. She opened up with the 5. And Tati in 4th place position right now, wearing the red jersey for Brazil, just a 0.5 on the board. Vahine as well, just a 0.5 on the board. So very small scores, just kickouts to start for them. 20 minutes remaining, though, and they're sitting in those great priority positions in first and second priority for both white and red, sitting in those knockout or those not knockout positions because we're going for the gold medal.
Well, it's knockout if you're going for the gold for sure. It's the KO that you're looking for out there. And with Brooks just posted a 6.83. I mean,
Incredible.
that's the momentum in her corner right now, but wide open. Vahine with first priority. I particularly want to have a quick question for Sophie.
Please, ask away.
I want to
We've got
ask.
a world champ in the booth.
I know, it's not often you get to stand shoulder to shoulder and call the action of the world's best surfing with one of the world's best surfers. So a similar situation for Alan that's happening with that qualification, becoming Geordie Smith's biggest fan. That kind of happened for you during your Olympic qualification as well.
Yeah, it was exactly the same thing. You know, I was the like one of the slots for I think it was Asia. Like another girl qualified through another event, so it was like it came back to me. You know, I was the next eligible surfer in the ISAsurfing 2019. So I was the biggest fan of the Japanese girl. You know.
Were you carrying her board around the events for
yeah, for a while,
Yeah.
Giving her every coaching tip and insight that you could from your background. And incredible, though, because you took that win out at the very first qualifying event in Miyazaki there in 2019, and you had a long road to go. You were here in 2021 for the World Surfing Games after the pandemic and realizing that the Olympics was still going to take place. It was just postponed and not canceled. And you were here trying to compete for that position, and you were already back at home, I believe, by the time you finally received the information that there actually was going to be a double qualifier and that based off of your win in 2 years previous to that in 2019, you're going to be heading to Tokyo.
It was a roller coaster of emotions. You know, I was in Miami. I went back to see my kid. I was there on vacations, you know, with my partner, and I received a call from Fernando, and he's like, "Hey, do you speak Japanese?" And I'm like, "No, but I can learn." And he's like, "Okay, you are qualified." And it was for sure one of the best days of my life. You know, we've seen it in the videos, you know, like all the videos when Fernando's giving away the tickets to the Olympics. It's the most emotional moment of their lives, probably. You know, it's just incredible feeling to be able to represent your country in the Olympics.
And we got to see that emotion earlier on today from Kaoli Vos, Jess, being able to receive the news that he had qualified as a top European. And it came down to just those placings of third over fourth for Gonzalo Gutierrez of Spain. And to hear the emotion from him, knowing that he gets to compete at home in Tahiti alongside Vahine Fierro, who's currently in the water.
Yeah, it was a lot, wasn't it? Here we go. Let's light this final up. I feel like we're well and truly due for some big sets and some big energy to be drawn into this final from the ocean too. So 17 minutes on the clock. Here we go.
And a paddle now. Inside position, third priority to Erin Brooks over the fourth priority of Joanne DeFay. Now up and riding. Bumpy section, carves back to set up her line now. Gaining some speed, hard off the bottom and into the lid. Slide that tail out.
Wow.
That was a wicked-looking turn,
Yeah,
Sophia.
that was really progressive. Well, we know what she's capable of. You know, she's amazing. And I cannot believe how many hits she served to make the final.
That's right. 11 repecharge rounds, Jess?
Yeah. Definitely above the 10s, 11, including the free surfs. I don't know. 50 surfs probably throughout the event. Who knows? She's surfing every morning. She's practicing a lot. She's so progressive, like you said, Sophia. How was that last turn, though, too? I can't wait to see the replay because it looked like she lost it. To me, I saw her lose connection with the board and then somehow pulled that thing back under. And that's that motivation that you're talking about, Sophia, of the gold medal.
Yeah, the gold medal and the puppy.
And the puppy. Yeah.
That's huge. She wants the puppy.
Yeah, it's a huge moment for her. If she can break through this field as well, obviously Olympian Joanne, qualify for next year Olympics, Vahine, and of course another Olympian Tati. If she can break through and take the win across this field, it's pretty much the most priceless moment in women's surfing to date over the last few seasons.
Taking a look now at Vahine Fierro. She's currently in a combination situation to take the gold medal. Snap to start on her backhand. Lines it up for the second. More of a drawn-out turn now is a beautiful line into that critical pocket, vertical as she wraps through for another. Looking for that finishing section now. Her style and flow is just untouchable. As she finishes off, weaker section of the wave to close with, but incredibly smooth surfing throughout.
Wow, that was incredible from Vahine Fierro. I feel like from last hit to and this hit, she's like found like a different rhythm. Like I feel like she's more controlling her turns. She's more committed. She wants the gold medal too, and she's doing some insane surfing here in La Bocana.
It's been so exciting to watch her career, taking out her World Junior Championships, Jess, back in 2017, and multiple finishes on the Women's Qualifying Series or then Challenger Series now within the top 10. Unfortunately for the women, they haven't had those bigger numbers available for them on the championship tour, and so she's just been outside that cut line to be able to find qualification, but she so deserves to be there. As we take a look at the last of Erin Brooks, Sophia.
Here comes Erin Brooks in this left. This is the really good progressive turn she does here. Oh my God, that was insane. It was kind of like a layback, you know, progressive turn. Almost lost control, but she found it back again. And then here comes Mahine Fierro. You take it, Jess?
Yeah, exactly what you were saying, Sophia. Just she's found a different rhythm. She's settled into those bottom turns. She's starting to draw deep, yeah, and you felt that last turn from her. She's really putting it on the line on her backhand out here. She's locked into the lineup, and she's been able to hunt down some of the best rights we've seen in women's competition today.
We're down to 14 minutes on the clock. We've got a great looking set rolling through with Tatiana Weston-Webb in first priority, but we're going to track now with Joanne Defay deep behind the section as she whips it through for that first carve. Throws a lot of spray into the second. Softer sections as it now begins to bowl up in front of her. That was critical surfing.
Yeah, and it's why she's so consistent and so reliable when it comes to competition surfing and in finals. She's able to identify she needs to hit that section nice and early, and she goes up and she still makes it exciting, and she still makes it really critical. So she's going to get herself out of those rocks, maybe a bit of an equipment change for her, perhaps. Let's wait to see how this unfolds, because at 13 minutes on the clock, it's interesting to see her paddle in. I'd have to say equipment change.
Interesting, too, especially right now. It's so challenging, Sophia, with those lower tides. There's a lot of distance she's going to need to cover to be able to get all the way into shoreline if she's looking to change her equipment.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a board
There's not
change.
much time left, huh?
So I think it's a board change for sure. You know, why else would you come in during the final, huh? Could you think if you were to come into the final, it would have to be equipment?
Yeah, for sure. Or you lost your leash. You know, in the 2019 final, I lost my leash, so I lost my board. So that's a good reason to go back into. But
that is a pretty good reason.
Yeah, talk to us about that final. Who were you up against? What was it like to be able to take away that gold medal for the second time in your career? So many years passed, 15 years between the two?
Yes, it was 15 years. I was 36 in the ISA in 2019, and when I won my 2004 world title, I was 21. So
just like Rob.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. We see Joanne changing equipment.
There's no fin. Look, there's no fin. So she lost the side fin.
Yeah, she lost the fin.
Yeah, she's lost the fin. But Soph, talk to us about the recovery. You said you lost your equipment during the final for you. What does she need to do mentally to get herself back in the mix for the gold medal from now?
She just needs to be calm, you know. Like, she's an amazing surfer, Joanne, sorry. She's really calculated. She's really smart in her decisions. Few times she commits like errors. Like, she's one of the most consistent competitors there is. She's amazing. So she knows what she's doing, you know. She's gonna go back out, wait for another wave. She already has a 5 and a 4.6 and waiting for another score. So she is still reachable, you know. She can do 8s, she can do excellent waves, so she knows that, you know. She's not gonna be too hassled about about changing the equipment, I think.
Still 11 minutes on the clock. Tatiana now looking to get her campaign started. She's in the combination situation. Can hardly hold on to that opening maneuver. But now the opportunity to redeem it down the line. Snap for the second, grabs that rail as she drives through for the third. Gaining some momentum here. Into the pocket. Great looking snap on her backhand for Weston-Webb. Long-time championship tour veteran, the runner-up to the world title for the WSL back in 2021. She's had so many great opportunities in her life, as well as being an Olympian for Team Brazil, and she's already locked herself a spot there for Paris 2024. But something went wrong at the start of that wave, Jess. As we take a look, though, at live action, Erin Brooks now up and riding. Nice connection with that top third of the wave. Now wraps it back. Body positioning, technique, all time. As she sets the line for a smaller snap. Now looking for that finishing momentum, and she'll ride out clean once again. She's already got a couple 6s on the board. Sophia, we're waiting for a score now to drop in for last of Weston-Webb. Joanne Defay's dropped into 7.07, which is her sitting in second. But do we think that with that last of Erin Brooks, she could be increasing her score line?
Yes, I think that was a good wave for sure for Erin Brooks. She looks so fast in her board, too, when she stands up, you know. It was a good wave. I don't know how much it's going to be. We would need to compare with that 7.07 of Joanne's and kind of know where that score is going to go. But yeah, there's still like 9 minutes left. Still, I think it's wide open for everyone, you know?
Yeah,
Especially with the quality of surfers.
I have to agree. It is. No one, it has really shut the door completely shut, bolted it across, locked it up, thrown away the keys yet. Just like Alan in his heat, he kind of had it sewn up. Like he really asked a lot of the other guys to take that off him. But at the moment, that gold is just dangling for somebody to reach a bit further and grab it.
Now scores to drop. We're still waiting for last of green. Aaron Brooks currently in the lead for Canada. And last of red comes through now for the Brazilian, Tatiana Weston-Webb, a 7.5. So that sets her straight back into this heat, Sophia.
That was a great wave of Tatiana Weston-Webb. She has such a good backside, doesn't she? She's such good committed bottom turns. Big spray in all her turns. So yeah, she gets the best score of the heat.
She's chasing now just a 5.33 to take the win as we're waiting for that last score of Aaron still, Jess.
Well, it's kind of putting her in the commanding position. Like she's sitting in third spot. She's sitting in bronze at the moment, but she's dominant looking for that gold.
Bahine Fierro with a solid size set in front of her decides to kick out, recognizing that she didn't have the scoring potential she wanted. She's now finding herself in that copper medal position, chasing a 6.93 to take gold. As we take a look at some replays here, Jess.
Yeah, look, this is such a nice down carve. Two of them kind of brings that second one around a bit more, goes a little harder. She needs to bring something a little bit more electrifying if she wants to bring it to Taddy's 7.5 and Joanne's 7.07. She has the 6s on tap. She needs to get the 8s or 9s. That one right there too, that's an opportunity missed, even though it's a really good score for her. She posted a 7.5 on this thing, but you can see it going into the 9s if she had it connected with that first bottom turn and section.
Sophia, looking at the end of this wave is where she got all that work done.
Yes, for sure. I think it was just I really like that last turn of hers. It was a really big wave too, and I think there was a lot of critical sections, so I think judges like that. That compromise on the critical sections. And this is also Blue's last wave, Joanne Defay.
This is the moment where she loses that fin. So finishes off.
Oh,
and then
right there, yeah.
My goodness.
Literally hits the brakes, runs into the rocks, loses the fin, checks it quickly. And Vahine now up and riding on her backhand, chasing an 8.63. So she breaks the combination with a 5.9 for her last wave. Now looking to set things up here, snap off the top. Looking for an excellent score. We've seen some big moments from her in this event so far, but she gets swallowed by the whitewater on the last one.
Oh, even just last score of Aaron Brooks, 7.43, right? So she's in the lead for the gold. They've all got those similar numbers apart from Vahine. That was her opportunity to collect a 7 because it's still equally matched. They've all got 7s. It's the second wave battle. They need to find the 8s or 9s if they want to clinch that gold and put it away in their pocket. Keep it away from the other women hunting around in the water because exactly like you said, Sophia, Joanne regained composure within 30 seconds. She's back into the lineup and she's still hunting. She only needs a 7.2.
A paddle now for our heat leader, Aaron Brooks, the 15-year-old from Texas. Spends the majority of her time now on the north shore of Oahu and is one of the most progressive developing surfers on the planet. Unleashing into that rail work, now setting herself up as she comes through to the inside, looking for that critical finish, and just stays glued to the board. It's like her feet cannot come undone, Sophia.
Yeah, she's amazing, Erin Brooks. Finishing with such power too, and composure and determination in that last turns. I think the judges are going to like that.
Now up and riding Joanne Defay. So she's back out there on her second piece of equipment. She's got enough time on the board still, Soph, to be able to set herself up to take away that gold. Chasing just a 7.20. Although we've got a score to drop for last of Aaron Brooks. Taking a look here again at Joanne, driving hard through that opening turn, off the bottom, just throwing so much spray off the bottom turn as well as off the lip, and navigates the in section well. And there you can see that claim and that energy coming through from her.
Yeah, she likes that wave. She likes that wave.
What about the last of Aaron Brooks, though? I want to say I feel like she's chasing the ramp section. I feel like that final turn, she could have just been feeling relieved to land it, but I actually think that there might have been that hint of like disappointment that she didn't get to go to her progressive manoeuvres and the tricks she's been holding in her back pocket this whole event so far. I think that's what she's going to try and bring out here to take the gold off the rest of the women.
Yeah, for sure. I do think so too, that she's going to try and do an air before this heat finishes. I think she wants to show that part of her surfing that we all know that she can do, you know?
Yeah.
So let's see what happens.
4.5 minutes on the clock.
Sorry, Shannon, I'm just getting carried away and so excited watching these last two numbers lock in, and then we get down to this. We're getting down to the point now where the final is pivoting on the last exchanges. One last proper wave before everybody is able to settle into their actual medaling positions. It's huge. It's huge for surfing right now.
It's been an insane week to be able to witness the level of progression coming through on the women's side of the draw. We've been seeing it through on the men's as well, but the waves that they've been challenging. I mean, Sophia, to see the size of the swell yesterday when we arrived in the morning, we didn't even know which venue we'd be surfing at because we didn't know if La Bocana would be surfable by any means. And to be able to see the performances yesterday would have made you so excited as a former gold medalist, as a world champion, to see what these surfers were willing to challenge with.
It was impressive when we see Tatiana in a wave, right?
Nice snap to start for Tati. Sets herself up down the line. Little spit behind her too as she connects with the lip on the section. So she's chasing a 6.67 to take gold. That 7.5 Soph has her sitting in a great position.
Yeah, of course. She just needs a backup, you know. She needs 6.76. That's going to be close, I think. That was a big wave with critical sections, you know.
Brazilian team feeling the energy. It's been great for them to be able to see Tati advance through into the finals. The men on their side, Joao Chianca, Felipe Toledo, and Gabriel Medina, all with earlier round losses, put together some incredible heats on the way through, but just couldn't quite get the job done. Now Tatiana with that hope to win a gold medal after her 2 ISA junior gold medals. Waiting for the score to drop. We've still got the score to drop, though, for last of Defay Jess. She's chasing a 7.30, and although she's in that second place position, she actually has a bigger requirement on her than what our surfer in fourth does.
Yeah, and look at the last two scores of Erin Brooks, too. You can tell she's winding up. Her last wave goes into the top 2 for that gold, 6.93. Tatiana's is going to change the whole situation. I'm going on Soph's side. I think she gets it. I think she jumps into the lead. I'm not sure if Joanne's challenges that. I think it's probably a similar number. Let's see where it locks into the scale, but it kind of didn't have that criticalness at the end section. Tatiana's wave was huge in comparison to the rest of the sets we've seen come through in this final.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock, all the pressure sitting. Last of Defay for France is a 6.47. That keeps her in a more solidified second place position. But now waiting for that last of red as Vahine Fierro now up and riding, chasing an 8.46. Huge hook into the lip to start. Drives hard off the bottom, wraps it around for that second cutback. Now patiently timing it up as she places and releases the tail on that second, third turn. Goes down before being able to hit that real in section, but it was just getting away from her. And does well to connect a few turns. It'll be her best score, looking to improve on that 5.9, Soph.
I think the potential on that wave was the best wave of the heat. The potential was insane from the start till the end. You know, there were so many critical sections. And we see Tati Weston-Webb's last score, 7.5, and she goes to the lead.
She goes into the gold medal position. Brazil has just heard the news, which changes the requirements across the board. Vahine now went from chasing something in the 8s to a 9.1 requirement to go from fourth into gold. Joanne Defay now chasing a 7.93 to go from third into the gold medal position, and Erin Brooks currently sitting in second, looking to take home a puppy if she can win the event here. She needs a 7.57 for the Canadian to take gold.
Yeah, and if you look at her 7.43 and the difference between Erin's amount of turns and then Tatiana's turns, she has to find a single maneuver, but it is looking good for Tatiana right now in that gold position.
Incredible. She's taken away wins on the championship tour at locations like Portugal for the beach breaks, Jeffreys Bay for the most perfect right-hand point break of all time, and Margaret River with deathly heavy end section finishes. So for Tatiana to be now crowned your gold medalist at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games, to be challenging out Such different conditions, heavy waves throughout the week. Sophia, what an incredible performance for Tatiana.
Wow, Tatiana Weston-Webb ripping. She's such an amazing surfer. She's one of my favorite surfers for sure. Especially her backside is just lethal, you know. She attacks every section. Such a good style too. Smart competitor. So congrats, Tati, and congrats the rest of the girls too for an amazing competition, you know. Everybody was ripping.
Yeah, that was a well-fought final too, and look at her, straight onto the sled. She's won enough to know what to do for these victory laps, handling the lumps and bumps of the ocean. Huge event for her. She was so calm throughout everything. She gave us her time, to, you know, heat after heat after heat. Behind the camera, she gave so much to the people here as well, energy-wise, and what a great gold medalist for the sport today.
Oh, I could not agree more. To be fighting through the rounds that she's fought through, consistent surfing throughout as well. Her backhand attack has been absolutely lethal, and battling out between both venues here at La Bocana and the right-hand point break at Sunzal to be the dynamic surfer that has stood out throughout the entire event. Now walking away with her very first ISA gold medal in the World Surfing Games, to improve on the results she had for Team Hawaii back in the day as just a Grom in the under-18s. She now gets to be victorious with the Brazilian flag flying behind her.
Yeah, what a great day for her, for Brazilian surfing as well. And you know, now as all the numbers lock in for all the rest of the teams, we're going to see at the closing ceremony, in the medal ceremony, which teams were able to pull above each other and who can take that gold for the team, because it was close too. It was close at the end, but congratulations, Tatiana.
An incredible performance. Sophia, you've been through these moments before. What's it like to be able to take out that victory when you're still in the water and you get to just soak it all in alone for a moment?
It's insane. it's so good. There's so many emotions like happening at the same time for you, you know, but most of all, I think you feel grateful, you know, grateful for the opportunity of being there, and it's just really, I don't know, just really emotional.
How's this victory lap as well? That's pretty much one of the best waves we've seen just after the final. What an incredible victory lap for her.
Goes in for the layback on the finish, and that's going to be feeling so satisfying. This has been an incredible week throughout. We began the week with 297 surfers from 63 different nations. We had new countries competing like Czech Republic, India, Latvia, and Mauritius. We had a record-breaking 132 women in the draw as well. I think for us as fans of women's surfing, to be able to see that 44% of all competitors contain the women's field, and to see the growth of women's surfing throughout this event has been incredible, as we've now come down to our finalists to see Tatiana with the gold, Erin Brooks, the young Canadian competitor who is just blowing the world open when it comes to the lines that she is drawing, the progression she's bringing into that conversation to be the silver medalist. Joanne Defay for France to walk away with another World Surfing Games medal to her name in that bronze position. And Vahine Fierro, knowing that she's booked herself a spot in the Olympics to be able to compete back at home. So special for the Tahitian representing France this week. She'll have that copper. But it's Tatiana Weston-Webb who gets to have the chair up now with her team down at the beach.
What about, I can just see your face right now, Sophia, soaking in that moment. What is she feeling right now, Tatiana, getting to go in, you know, with the Brazilian team? What's that feeling that she's experiencing for us?
I think she's just so happy, you know, and grateful. And she also feels connected to nature in a way, you know, because surfing is about that too, you know. Sometimes for the win, you need nature to cooperate, you know. So that's the beautiful thing about surfing. It's like you feel so good afterwards.
Getting to fly the flag now for Team Brazil. An incredibly good,
Tati,
good week of competition here in El Salvador. La Bocana, as the flag is flying, and Tatiana Weston-Webb takes the ISA gold medal. It's been so much fun for me, Shannon Hughes, to call the action alongside Jess Grimwood and Sophia Milanovic. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the booth. Thank you so much for joining us. And we can't wait to see what happens next year at the World Surfing Games, because we're going to have even more surfers qualifying for the Olympics. But this week alone, to be able to see those 8 men and women, or those 4 men and 4 women, getting the call up, really special to see, Sophia.
For sure, it's going to be amazing. And what an amazing event. You know, what amazing waves the whole time. I think we're all really happy and really grateful for this opportunity to be here and watching all these amazing moments happen.
Jess, as a fan of the sport, to be able to see Al and to see Tati as winners, just incredible.
Yeah, it's a very emotional moment for everybody, and you were just speaking us through to Sophia. It's our pleasure to stand next to you, one of the champions of surfing across the globe, but to hear the insight of the weight of that ISA gold medal and what it means to these athletes has been a real special moment for us and for me particularly. So thank you for joining us, and of course Tatiana for that surfing. Really, really beautiful surfing for her. I loved that final.
Oh, it's just been so exciting. We're going to hear from her shortly. And Sophia, you've got so much that's going on behind the scenes within women's surfing. It's been great to be able to hear your insights on the Spanish broadcast throughout this week as well.
Thanks, Shannon. I've had a lot of fun, actually. It's been amazing.
We're definitely going to have her back in the mix for so much more time. And we've got so much more to be coming out throughout today. Of course, we're going to have those closing ceremonies this afternoon, a really important part of the ISA World Surfing Games, Jess.
Yeah, it's like one of the special moments too. It's super special at the start. You know, we've spoken about it heaps, Sophia, when you first get to welcome everybody and all the different nations. You get to share those moments with different people. And now we see probably a lot of jersey swaps or, you know, those connections and those friendships. And I'm sure you can talk to that. Those friendships will last all the way through your life from this surfing community and career.
Of course, we're celebrating surfing here too. You know, it's not just about winning and the medals, you know. Well, in a way, yes,
yeah.
But, you know, it's also about sharing the love for surfing and connecting with other people and learning about, you know, each other. And that's a beautiful thing about the ocean too, you know. In the ocean, we're all the same.
Yeah, so well said. I couldn't say it better myself, Soph.
The ISA motto, of course, to be making the world a better place through surfing, and that's what we've been able to witness this week. But we've also been able to witness some gold medalists, and we'll be able to see those handed out soon. But let's go down to the beach, catch up with Tatiana Weston-Webb, your 2023 ISA World Gold Medalist.
Yeah, and now three-time ISA gold medalist Tati Weston-Webb. This is your first victory in the ISA for Brazil. You didn't lose a single heat out there this week. Congratulations, you're the victor this time.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this one's for Brazil. Obrigada a todos que tá torcendo lá em casa. Oi pra minha família. Te amo muito. Obrigado, Senhor, porque Ele me deu essas últimas duas ondas. I'm really happy to win this for Brazil. It's an honor. I'm just really happy to represent the flag.
And it was a come-from-behind win, too. You weren't leading at any moment up until the last few minutes. What was your reaction in the water when we got the news of another 7.5 in your scoreline and you took the lead?
Yeah, it's really difficult to know what you're gonna get. It felt really good, the two turns on the big wave, and yeah, you never know. You know, you just keep fighting till the end. That's just our spirit, and yeah, just thank you to Fernanda for putting on this event. It's so nice to have. You know, people from all the world surfing, that inspires me so much, and to be able to represent Brazil alongside some amazing people with me on my team is beyond an honor, and yeah, I hope I just keep making everyone proud in Brazil. Muito obrigada a todo mundo no Brasil. Estou muito feliz.
Speaking of inspiration, you went up against a very talented young Canadian surfer who won gold here last year at the U16 level. Speak to me about the development of surfing worldwide and the kind of movement that you've created yourself on both the championship tour and here at the ISA level.
Yeah, as you can see, surfing is, you know, it's soaring with it now being in the Olympics, thanks to Fernando and the help of, I'm sure, amazing people getting it there. It's just elevated our sport to a different level, and it's given people from all over the world dreams to be Olympic gold medalists, and for me, that's my biggest dream. So yeah, I'm gonna keep fighting until I can hopefully get one.
Is this the best gold medal you've had out of three so far?
Yeah, I would say so, especially being able to represent Brazil on my shoulder, and nothing taking away because Hawaii made me who I am, but I'm just really proud to represent Brazil.
Muito parabéns. Happy.
Muito obrigada a todos e, cara, muito feliz.
Parabéns. Obrigado.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Tatiana, our gold medalist. The silver medalist there, young 15-year-old Aaron Brooks. An incredible week. We've got even more to come, of course, with our prize giving and our medals ceremony coming up shortly. Jess, Sophia, a pleasure as always to be able to spend time with you and just celebrate great surfing when we see it. We're going to have so much more to come. Be sure to stay tuned for the closing ceremonies. We'll be heading over there as quickly as we can, so we'll be right back with that.
Welcome to the official closing ceremony of the 2023 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. All of the countries and athletes present have given their best effort, and it's with great pleasure that the ISA welcomes you all here.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la ceremonia oficial de clausura del Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023. Todos los países y atletas presentes han dado un gran esfuerzo en esta competencia y de parte de la ISA es un placer darles la bienvenida y tenerlos aquí.
We would like to welcome the following dignitaries on stage today.
Nos gustaría darles la bienvenida y presentar a los siguientes dignatarios presentes con nosotros aquí en el escenario.
The ISA President, Mr. Fernando Aguirre.
Presidente de la ISA, el señor Fernando Aguirre.
And the Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Mrs. Morena Valdez.
La ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, la señora Morena Valdez.
And now it is my privilege to present the Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Mrs. Morena Valdez.
Es un privilegio ahora presentar a la ministra de Turismo, la señora Morena Valdez.
Thank you so much, Ben and Itza. Mi querido Fernando, lo logramos. La tormenta nos amenazó, pero no pudo con la fuerza del Surf City. Una vez más, la fuerza del Sunsal y de la Bocana nos ha permitido tener un torneo histórico, donde todos ustedes ganaron, se divirtieron y otros sobrepasaron sus propios límites. Felicitaciones a todos y todas las ganadoras que son ustedes.
The storm threatened us, but it was no match to the strength of Surf City. Once again, the strength of Sunsal and La Bocana has allowed us to have a historical tournament where all of you won. You have fun, and some of you even exceeded your own goals. Congratulations to all the men and women present.
Y digo especialmente a todas las mujeres, porque estoy feliz de ver más mujeres surfistas buscando el sueño olímpico. Que hayan estado compitiendo en estos días quiere decir que han roto una cadena de desigualdad histórica. Atrás de una simple foto de una mujer en la ola hay una victoria para todas nosotras, las mujeres del mundo. Gracias a ustedes por aceptar este desafío.
And I refer particularly to all women because I am so happy to see more and more women surfers in the quest for the Olympic dream. Competing these days means that you have broken a chain of historical inequality, because behind a simple picture of a woman surfing the wave, there is a victory for all women around the world. Thank you for accepting this challenge.
Y no solo mujeres surfistas en las olas hemos visto en este campeonato, sino también hemos visto en esta competencia más mujeres trabajando en las cámaras, en la producción, en los medios internacionales, en los equipos médicos, en la seguridad, en los equipos técnicos de las delegaciones, hasta en el transporte de las delegaciones, en mi propio equipo de gobierno y de Surf City. Y vieron, nos tuvieron que hacer caso a todas las mujeres. Un aplauso para todas ellas.
And I don't only refer to women surfing the waves, but also women beyond the competition, behind the camera, in production, international media, medical teams, security, delegations, even transportation of delegation, my own team and that of Surf City. Did you notice? You had to do whatever you told you. So a big round of applause for all of them, please.
Quiero agradecer a una mujer en especial que ha estado dirigiendo este torneo, que es Alejandra Durán de Cristales, a quien pido un aplauso, por favor.
And in particular, a woman that has helped me greatly with the organization, Alejandra. Please, a round of applause for her.
Todas ustedes son importantes, pero mi corazón de mujer necesita abrazar y agradecer especialmente a una mujer de la cual he aprendido mucho estos días. Setare Mashari.
All of you are important, but my heart as a woman needs to embrace especially one woman from whom I have learned greatly these days, Setare Mashari.
Setare, dijiste que tu participación había sido simbólica. Para nosotros, todos los que estamos aquí, fue una lección de vida. Thank you so much.
Setare, you said that your participation was only symbolic, but for all of us, it was a life lesson. Thank you.
También estoy feliz porque muchas medallas se quedaron aquí en Latinoamérica. ¡Viva Latinoamérica, señores!
I am also happy because many medals remain in Latin America. ¡Viva Latin America!
Y eso demuestra cómo seguimos mejorando en todo, en el surf, y cómo Surf City El Salvador se expande en todo el continente, en todo el mundo, a través de estas medallas que hoy se llevan a su casa y nos pertenecen aquí a Latinoamérica.
And this comes to show that we continue improving in everything, including surf, and how Surf City El Salvador expands to the continent through these medals that you get home today.
Con ustedes Surf City sigue creciendo en todo este país llamado El Salvador, con más hoteles, servicios y carreteras para llegar a las mejores olas, respetando nuestro medio ambiente, nuestros bosques, ríos, manglares que son parte de un mismo ecosistema marino en donde vivimos todos nosotros.
With you, Surf City El Salvador continues growing in this beautiful land of El Salvador, with more hotels, services, and roads to get you to the best waves, respecting the environment, our woods, rivers, and mangroves that are part of the same and only marine ecosystem where we all live.
Y ahora viene la parte que no me gusta tanto, que es despedirme oficialmente de todos ustedes, pero con un hasta pronto, porque ya sé que muchos de ustedes han cambiado pasajes de avión para quedarse unos días más aquí en nuestro querido país, El Salvador. Otros han pedido extender su visa de turista y otros tantos han hecho reserva en algunos hoteles para volver con amigos o con sus familias o a entrenar la ola. Los vamos a estar esperando siempre, todos nosotros, las playas y las mejores olas del mundo para surfear.
And now this is my least favorite part, which is bidding official farewell to all of you. But I want to say see you soon, because I already know that many of you have changed their flight tickets to stay a few more days in El Salvador. Others have requested their visa to be extended, and others have booked some hotels to come back with friends or families. We'll be waiting for you, always. Us, the beach, and the best waves.
De la misma forma que Lish conecta con nuestra tabla, El Salvador conecta con el corazón de todos ustedes y es para siempre. Esta es su casa. Vuelva, quédense o no se vayan nunca. Con buena comida, buenos amigos, lugares divertidos para visitar y olas permanentes todo el año, este es el mejor país para que ustedes entrenen todos los días de su vida y todos los años.
In the same way that the leash connects to the surfing board, El Salvador connects with the heart of all of you, and that is forever. This is your home. Please come back, stay longer, or just don't leave. Enjoy the good food, the good friends, the fun places to visit, and permanent waves. This is the best country for you to train every day, all year long.
Quiero extenderles a todos ustedes, atletas, que son los protagonistas de este evento, equipos técnicos de cada país, a los ganadores de este torneo, a ti, Fernando, y a todo el staff de la ISA, que sé que también se desvelan y trabajan 24/7 como mi equipo, al equipo olímpico que nos acompañó esta vez, al staff nacional, a alguien que también le agradezco muchísimo por habernos apoyado, que es Alejo Campos, que está por ahí, que no está ahí, un aplauso también para él, que estuvo al frente de todos ustedes, un fuerte abrazo. Y quiero extenderles un agradecimiento del presidente Nayib Bukele, quien ha estado pendiente todos los días de esta competencia. Y como dije días atrás, estamos todos aquí gracias a su visión. Le agradezco infinitamente su oportunidad de poderle mostrar al mundo que con el surf se pueden cambiar vidas. Y le agradezco también a mi equipo de gobierno, a todos mis colegas y a todo el sector turístico que nos apoya siempre, pero sobre todo a nuestra gran población salvadoreña que siempre está creyendo en nosotros y seguiremos aquí estando muchos años más desarrollando el surf gracias al trabajo de todos.
I want to embrace to all of you, athletes, the protagonists of this tournament, the technical teams of each country, Fernando and all of the ISA staff, the Olympical team, the national staff. I want to thank all of our colleagues, all of my team, in particular Alejo Campo. Let's give him an applause for all his support. And I want to embrace you also on behalf of President Nayib Bukele, who has been overseeing this tournament every day. As I mentioned some days before, we're all here because of his vision, because of the vision and the work and the commitment and the support to his people. I want to thank everyone, my team, and the Salvadorian people, as well as the touristic sector, for their continued support to this tournament.
Y quisiéramos regalarles y prestarles a cada uno de ustedes a nuestro presidente Bukele, pero lamentablemente no lo podemos duplicar, pero sí les queremos decir que él, tal como nosotros, creemos que el surf puede cambiar vidas.
We would like to, duplicate our President Bukele and lend it to all of you, but we can't duplicate him. But we want to say, just like President Bukele, surf can change lives.
Y una vez más, Fernando Aguirre, nos alegra que la amistad entre la ISA y El Salvador cada año sea más sólida. Gracias, Bob, porque desde el año 2019, a pesar que había dudas, ahora nuestra relación es más sólida, más humana y con planes a futuro de compartir más torneos en todos los años que vienen y que juntos podemos implementar para seguir creciendo. Nosotros como país y ustedes como la organización que ha encendido la llama olímpica del surf y el honor de una medalla en cada uno de estos surfistas del mundo. Buen viaje para todos. Gracias. Thank you so much. I love you.
Fernando, I want to thank you particularly, and also Bob, since 2019, in spite of many doubts, we continue to grow our friendship, to make it more solid, more human, and we continue to have plans for the future together. To grow, we as a country and you as the organization who brought the Olympic flame to surf. and the honor of a medal to each surfer of the world. Safe travel to all. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you, Minister Valdez.
Gracias, Ministra Valdez.
Now it is my privilege to present the ISA President, Fernando Aguirre, who will say a few words on behalf of the ISA.
Ahora tenemos el placer de presentar al presidente de la ISA, el señor Fernando Aguirre, quien compartirá con ustedes un mensaje de parte de ISA.
Hola. I don't hear you guys. Hola. Oh, come on. We're live around the world. Okay, estamos en vivo. Tenemos que mostrar que estamos vivos. Okay, mi mensaje va a ser más corto. Estamos todos cansados. Si tenemos suerte podemos ir un rato al mar. My message is going to be a little bit shorter. I'm tired, and before I take off in a plane, I want to go surfing. I imagine a lot of you guys want to do the same, so I'll make it brief. Thank you, 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 1,000 times. Thank you for coming to El Salvador, for making El Salvador the center of the surfing world all these last 10 days. Muchas gracias, El Salvador. Gracias, 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 gracias. Gracias. No tengo ninguna duda. I have no doubt. No tengo ninguna duda. Es el mejor World Surfing Game de la historia. It's the best World Surfing Game in history. I don't have any doubt. Thank you. It seems like an hour ago we were standing here 10 days ago to start meeting each other, hugging each other, kissing each other, going and catching these amazing waves for 10 days. And like that, it's gone, it's done. Parece que fue ayer, pero hace 10 días que nos encontramos para surfear juntos, darnos abrazos, conocernos y descubrir estas maravillosas olas del Salvador. Pero, like all good things come to an end. So we need to go home. We're going to award medals to some of you. Congratulations to the medalists, but congratulations to everybody that came. You guys came, you made it. You can tell the story of El Salvador. You can tell the story of those incredible finals, those long repechage rounds. Pueden contar todas estas historias de este increíble campeonato, de estas finales fuera de lo común, especiales. We're all leaving El Salvador now in a couple hours, tomorrow, maybe a week, maybe a month. Some might not leave, but I'm leaving. I don't like to say goodbye, so I'll tell you, see you guys soon. No me gusta decir adiós, así que les digo hasta pronto. We'll see each other in the next World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico in February 2024. Nos vemos en Puerto Rico en febrero. Es el último Mundial World Surfing Games del ciclo olímpico, donde se decidirá una grande cantidad de cuotas olímpicas. We'll be selecting the largest amount of medalists. I mean, not medalists, of Olympic qualifiers in Puerto Rico. But we arrive as surfers, and now we live as ambassadors of El Salvador. We arrive as surfers, and now we live as ambassadors of this warm country full of waves and this tropical paradise. So from my heart to El Salvador, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias to all of you for being here. And muchas gracias for whoever keeps on sending us waves for every ISA event. Gracias. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, President Aguirre.
Gracias, Presidente Aguirre.
And now the ISA President will present a special diploma to the Minister of Tourism, Ms. Marina Valdez, that permanently commemorates the sands of the world to the country. It's the ISA's hope that with this diploma, the sands of the world takes a visible and prominent place in El Salvador as a legacy to this historic competition. Minister Valdez, please come forward.
Y ahora el presidente de la ISA presentará a la ministra de Turismo, Morena Valdés, un diploma especial que conmemora permanentemente las arenas del mundo al país. Es la esperanza de la ISA que con este diploma las arenas del mundo ocupen un lugar visible y destacado en El Salvador como legado de esta histórica competencia.
All right, let's all welcome the medalists of the Open Men.
Le damos la bienvenida a los medallistas de la categoría Open Hombres.
The medals will be presented by the Minister of Tourism, Ms. Morena Valdez, and the ISA President, Fernando Aguirre.
Las medallas serán presentadas por la ministra de Turismo, Morena Valdés, y el presidente de la ISA, el señor Fernando Aguirre.
The copper medalist, representing Team Japan, Kanoa Igarashi.
Medallista de cobre en representación de Japón, Kanoa Igarashi.
Once again, the copper medalist representing Team Japan, Kanoa Igarashi.
Nuevamente entonces el medallista de bronce en representación, de cobre en representación de Japón, Kanoa Igarashi.
The bronze medalist representing Team Peru, Miguel Tudela.
Medallista de bronce en representación de Perú, Miguel Tudela.
The silver medalist representing Team Peru, Luca Mesinas.
Medallista de plata en representación de Perú, Luca Mesinas.
And the gold medalist and 2023 ISA World Surfing Games champion representing Team Mexico, Alan Cleland.
Medallista de oro y campeón de los ISA World Surfing Games en representación de México, Alan Cleland.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Mexico.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de México.
Thank you very much to our open men's competitors.
Muchas gracias para nuestros medallistas en la categoría de los hombres.
Let's now welcome the medalists of the open women division.
Ahora le damos la bienvenida a las medallistas Open Mujeres.
The medals will once again be presented by the Minister of Tourism, Madam Morena Valdez, and the ISA President, Fernando Aguirre.
Las medallas serán presentadas por la ministra de Turismo, señora Morena Valdez, y el presidente de la ISA, el señor Fernando Aguirre.
The copper medalist representing Team France, Vagin Fierro.
Medallista de cobre en representación de Francia, Vagin Fierro.
The bronze medalist representing Team France, Joan Defay.
Medallista de bronce en representación de Francia, Joan Defay.
The silver medalist representing Team Canada, Aaron Brooks.
Medallista de plata en representación de Canadá, Aaron Brooks.
And the gold medalist and 2023 ISA World Surfing Games champion representing Brazil, Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Medallista de oro y campeona de los ISA World Surfing Games en representación de Brasil, Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Brazil.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de Brasil.
Thank you very much to our open women's competitors.
Muchas gracias a todas las medallistas en la división femenina.
And now we will present the final team rankings of the 2023 Surf City ISA El Salvador World Surfing Games.
Y ahora presentaremos la cualificación final de los Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games por equipos.
In 63rd place, Afghanistan. In 62nd place, Latvia. In a tie for 60th place, we have Mauritius and Austria. 59th place is Turkey. 58th place, U.S. Virgin Islands. In a tie for 56th place, we have Lithuania and Team India. In 55th place, Poland. In 54th place, Switzerland. In 53rd place, Maldives. 52nd place, Iran. We have a tie for 50th place with both Senegal and Trinidad and Tobago. 49th place, Chinese Taipei. 47th, Greece. 46th, Belgium. 45th, Saudi Arabia. In 44th place, South Korea. In 43rd place, Jamaica. 42nd place, Guam. 41st place, Thailand. 40th place, Ukraine. In 39th place, Guatemala. 38th place, we have Norway. 37th place, Panama. In 36th place, Czech Republic. In 35th place, the Dominican Republic. In 34th place, American Samoa. In 33rd place, China. 32nd place, Nicaragua. In 31st place, Philippines. In 30th, we have Ireland. 29th place was Uruguay. 28th place, Venezuela. In a tie for 26th place, we have Barbados and Netherlands. In a tie for 24th place, we have Chile and Morocco. 23rd place, Colombia. In 22nd place, our host nation of El Salvador. In 21st place, Ecuador. In 20th place, Puerto Rico. In 19th place, Indonesia. 18th place is Great Britain. 17th place, Israel. 16th place, Argentina. 15th place, the United States of America. 14th place, Costa Rica. In 13th place, New Zealand. 12th place is Italy. In 11th place, South Africa. In 10th place, Portugal. 9th place, Germany. In 8th place, Team Spain. 7th place, Mexico. 6th place, Canada. In 5th place, Team Australia. And now, presenting the team championship medals will be the Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Ms. Marina Valdez, and the ISA President, Fernando Aguirre.
Ahora las medallas por equipo serán entregadas por la Ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, Morena Valdés, y el Presidente de la ISA, el señor Fernando Aguirre.
The winners of the copper medal with 2,653 points, Team Japan, please come up to the stage.
Ganadores de la medalla de cobre con 2.653 puntos, equipo de Japón, por favor, suban al escenario.
Okinakshu onegaishimasu. Big round of applause for Team Japan.
Un fuerte aplauso para el equipo de Japón.
Fernando-san, yasashi desu ne. Thank you very much, Team Japan.
Muchas gracias, equipo de Japón.
Up next, we'd like to announce the winners of the bronze medal with 2,937 points. Team Brazil, please come up to the stage.
Ahora queremos anunciar a los ganadores de la medalla de bronce con 2.937 puntos, el equipo de Brasil. Por favor, bienvenidos al escenario.
Muito parabéns, muito obrigado, Team Brazil. And next, the winners of the silver medal with 3,230 points, Team France, please come up on stage.
Y ahora los ganadores de la medalla de plata con 3.230 puntos, el equipo de Francia, por favor suban al escenario.
All right, Team France, félicitations. Merci beaucoup.
Muchas gracias al equipo de Francia, felicitaciones.
And now the gold medals and the World Team Trophy will be presented by the ISA President, Mr. Fernando Aguirre.
Y ahora, la medalla de oro y el trofeo del equipo mundial Fernando Aguirre.
The winners of the gold medal and the Fernando Aguirre World Team Trophy Award with 3,253 points, and the new World Team Champions for the 2023 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. The team from Peru, please come up on stage.
Ganadores de la medalla de oro y el trofeo del equipo mundial Fernando Aguirre con 3.253 puntos y el nuevo campeón del equipo mundial Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023, el equipo de Perú.
And ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Peru.
Y ahora el himno nacional de Perú.
Now the ISA president, Mr. Fernando Aguirre, will officially declare the 2023 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games closed.
Okay, listen. We're still online around the world. I need an loud, okay. No, come on, loud. Okay. Now we're talking. See you in Puerto Rico. The Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games is officially closed. Let's go surfing and celebrate. Adios.
A better world through surfing. Thank you, ocean. Mahalo.
Okay, the official ISA song.